Great to have you with us on Fox Sports 2. Gorgeous day in New York City. This is America's Day at the Races. As always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Welcome, everyone, to Aqueduct Racetrack. I'm Laffit Pincay. Not a lot of time to mess around. First of 9 races in about 5 minutes. There is no turf racing this afternoon. That was announced yesterday afternoon, and that will impact the featured event, the Carle Place, coming up a little bit later on, race number 8. Today's race is brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. Aforementioned first race, first leg of the early pick 5. Later, race 5 starts the late pick 5. Headline event, Carle Place Stakes, race 8 on the main track. I welcome in my co-host. No jockey has won more races at Aqueduct than Richie Migliore. Richie, you made it back from Far Hills. It looked like a bat blast. How was it?
Oh, it was great. Now, it's our sport in its purest form. Everybody is there celebrating the horse and the sport and having a lot of fun. I mean, they know how to party down there.
Looked like an absolute blast. Great stuff yesterday. Lots of fun. We'll have a chance to recap Far Hills race meeting. Meantime, getting closer to post time for the opener here. Belmont at the Big A. Take a look at the field and corresponding odds. These New York bred maidens, 2-year-olds, 3/4 of a mile dash. Scratch number 5, Charles J, 6 of them. Number 7, Retail Man is the favorite. Here's how they looked as they hit the track. Starting with Gold Fire, number 1, the Flame Away first-time starter, 3-1 live on the board.
You're taking some money. You get Manny Franco, who's been riding terrific. And the mare was a debut winner herself. This is a half to Pancho's song, so she's had 2 foals, 1 winner. 1 is yet to hit the board, but you might want a stranger here. In
those Zilla Racing colors, here's Rob the Bank, first start on dirt.
First start on dirt by Central Banker. Central Banker is a horse that has really made his mark as a sire here in the state of New York.
Ice the Kicker, owned by 2-time Super Bowl winning head coach Bill Parcells.
Yeah, caught slop first time. He gets a fast track this time, and I thought he showed a little bit of interest late last time, although he was well beaten.
Dundee Causeway, second career start, first start on dirt.
And turning back in distance, so a complete makeover here. You get Lane Luzzy, son of Mike Luzzy, who's going to be plying his trade here in New York this winter.
And you get Javier Castellano on swept number 6, and then the favorite Retail Man, and a solid debut, second at 7-1. You're not getting 7-1 today.
No, but that was also from Maiden 30. Now this is Maiden Allowance, and maybe he landed in the right field. But the fact that they started this horse for Maiden 30 makes you feel like he didn't wow them in his morning trials, and then he showed good speed, and maybe that's all it'll take today. I'm looking in other directions. I thought Swept was a little bit interesting, coming back as a gelding after chasing the likes of the Wine Stewart, who is a stakes winner in a Grade 1 place now.
Runner-up in the Breeders' Futurity, second to Locked. Early pick 5 starts here. Post time 2 minutes. Maybe you're just joining us. Maybe you want to play the races, don't have past performances. Equibase has you covered. And you can follow all the stats from the horses, trainers, jockeys in today's races with free Equibase past performances. Visit NYRA.com/TG schedule to download your free PPs on all the races on today's show. Track is now listed as fast here at the Big A as we welcome Acacia Clement to the broadcast. Acacia, great job yesterday at Far Hills. You've been tracking these 2-year-olds as they continue to warm up. What can you tell us?
Well, we'll start with your favorite Liffey and Retail Man to the outside, and I agree with Richie. Typically, when a horse will debut for a maiden claiming race, especially as a 2-year-old and then step up in class, I take it as a bit of a negative, but I don't think he's meeting the toughest competition despite being in special weight company today, and the fact that he has early speed, I think, is a benefit. Leo Frick has had a couple of 2-year-old winners, 4 for 32, and this one showed speed on debut, was just second best, had a strong warm-up as is to be expected from Kendrick Carmouche, and has strengthened second time out. He's a very worthy favorite in here. I took a shot with the 6 Swept. I happened to be in the paddock for his debut race, and he was very naughty in the preliminaries, rearing up in the paddock, just really mentally not clued in at all. So the fact that he came back as a gelding, I was intrigued by. Now, I wish that he was coming back maybe in August or something like that instead of October. So he does have the layoff to contend with, and he's a big, heavy horse. I was hoping with being gelded, he would lighten up a little little bit, and that's not the case. So I'm sticking with my picks from the handicapping show earlier. Maybe the gelding will really help him. I just wish he looked a little bit fit off of the layoff. He was sharp, but definitely more clued in and focused now making his second start. And typically Jimmy Chapman's 2-year-olds are ready to roll early in the season. The horse that physically caught my eye the most, though, was the 2 Rob the Bank, and he's only been on the turf so far. He's not overly turf-meant in his physicality. He had worked 10-2 at the OBS June sale, being by Central Banker, and he ran quite well at a big price on debut. He's an out-and-out sprinter for sure, but he got more on his toes out on the track. He looks terrific for Bruce Brown coming in. If I was just going blindly off of physicals, this would be the horse that I really did prefer the most. The number 1 Goldfire, first-time starter. He is a fresh face in here for Flame Away, who's 5 for 46 with his first-time starters. And I think an intriguing New York sire who could potentially get runners on either surface. He does debut wearing short cup blinkers. He had a big warm-up under Manny Franco, and he looked very alert out there. I think he could do with a race for fitness, but the way that he was moving and how alert and focused and bright he was on the track, he could be pretty quick early, Lafitte.
First day on the job, see how he handles it. Goldfire, as always, we invite you to play with us at NYRABets.com. Sign up, NYRABets, get a free $25 bet plus $200 deposit match just in time for the Breeders' Cup World Championships. Use promo code CUP25 to experience the excitement of the Breeders' Cup. Bet on any track, anywhere, anytime. Sign up, NYRABets.com for your free $25 bet and $200 deposit match. Final thoughts, my friend?
No, everybody looks like they're acting pretty well for young horses. The 6 Swept, who Acacia and I both landed on, he's a little rambunctious, but he seems like he's containing himself much better than he did first time, as we see him start to act up as I say that.
Isn't that what they were supposed to neutralize with the gelding? We're not supposed to see quite as much as this type of behavior, those antics. Swept, coaxed forward, Javier Castellano and the favorite. Retail Man, final check of the tote board, even money. John Ambriel with the call, first of 9. Belmont at the Big A.
Retail Man, not yet in the gate. Field of 6, just about ready to go 6 furlongs as we get the Sunday card underway. Belmont at the Big A. And again, the main track is fast. Main track is fast here at Aqueduct. Retail Man, the even money favorite. Still hesitant to go in. And Kendrick Carmouche is now off the 7 Retail Man.
And not exactly what you want to see if you're backing the even money favorite in this first race. Kendrick Carmouche, there he is, off Retail Man.
Yeah, Retail Man might be selling it, but I'm not buying it. Kendrick Carmouche got off, safety reasons. They'll load him in the gate. He'll climb back aboard. I never like that. I just feel like it's a sign a horse a little bit agitated. He may win. I'm going in different directions because, you know, the fact that he started from maiden 30 and he ran well just doesn't lend confidence to me, and I'll probably watch him run out of the screen.
And if they can get him into the stall, and fortunately the rest minding their manners.
How'd you like that out of that job, Lafitte?
Yeah, I'm good.
Pushing behind him.
I'm good. I'm good right here, man.
Me
Take
too.
2. Johnny I with the call. Race 1, early pick 5. Aqueduct, Belmont at the Big A.
And they're off. And it is Ice the Kicker who goes out for the early lead with Rob the Bank down at the rail. Dunedin Causeways in between horses. The favorite Retail Man is now moving up on the far outside. Then comes first-time starter Goldfire, who's running in 5th, and Swept trails the field in 6th. Ice the Kicker by 3/4 of a length. Dunedin Causeway second by a head. Retail Man, the favorite on the outside in 3rd, and now the front 2 being challenged there by Retail Man. So it is Ice the Kicker Dunedin Causeway, and Retail Man on the outside. And the quarter went in 23 seconds. Break of 4. Back to Rob the Bank. Another 2.5 to Swept. And Goldfire now trails. Ice the Kicker closest to the rail. Dunedin Causeway in the yellow blinkers. Retail Man is dropping back a bit now in the stretch with Rob the Bank down at the rail. Here is Ice the Kicker in front here by 2.5 lengths. Dunedin Causeway on the outside. Rob the Bank is down at the rail. It is Ice the Kicker with the lead inside the 16th pole, and Ice the Kicker is going to take this field wire to wire to break his maiden at odds of 7-1. Ice the Kicker over Dunedin Causeway and Rob the Bank.
Bill Parcells, Ice the Kicker for Mel Giddings in the opener, 7-1 at post time. Wow.
Broke better, show improved speed, battled throughout, stayed on, and basically the horses that were 1-2 around the racetrack finished that way. A much improved effort by both your winner, Ice the Kicker, and the 4, Dunedin Causeway, with Lane Luzzy getting to the dirt for the first time off of that turf debut going long. So maybe speed's good today. We're going to keep an eye on that.
Something to track throughout the course of the afternoon. Junior Alvarado going to work. Ice the Kicker responds. Solid runner-up effort. Dunedin Causeway, 3-4-2-1. Number 6 Swept was sluggish getting out of the blocks. The favorite, number 7 Retail Man, off the board. Your concerns, Richie, not unfounded.
No, and usually when a horse makes their second start, they show that much reluctance to go in the gate. And he chased 3 wide. I mean, he had his opportunity, but he was the one that caved in. The other 2 horses that were battling the pace stayed on and finished it out. Nice effort by the winner and Junior Alvarado from Melanie Giddings. And Coach Parcells, like the name, Ice the Kicker. Dunedin Causeway at a big price, right? He was 12-1 under Lane Luzzy. And you watch Lane Luzzy ride. He looks exactly like his father, Mike Luzzy, ride. And it's uncanny. I didn't mistake them easily.
Didn't he ride a 40-some-odd to 1 second place finisher? You were at Far Hills.
Yeah,
I think last night in the nightcap. I think. Somebody will look it up.
Okay.
Probably not me. Way too lazy. It's Sunday. Ice the Kicker, it's up and it's good. 3-4-2-1 in the opener. Results when we come back. Just getting started. America's Day at the Races from Aqueduct, Belmont at the Big A on Fox Sports 2.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. Now his first foals have arrived. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Next week, Richie, we have a Sleepy Hollow Stakes. There's a pumpkin pie stakes.
They have a great
Next
pumpkin
week?
blaze up in Sleepy Hollow, Tarrytown, which
Nice.
is Sleepy Hollow. It's really cool.
Nice. I have like an Amityville Horror Invitational or something.
Well, now we're going to the dark side here. This is all fun and games. That's a little
Halloween,
deep.
man. Welcome back to the show. Race 1 in the books. Ice the Kicker. Junior Alvarado 16-20 over Dundee Causeway, and it was Lane Luzzy, back-to-back races going back to the nightcap yesterday. In this first race, booting, not home, but second place finishes at big prices.
Learn more about riders by the races they get horses at big prices to outperform their odds.
But this jockey, Junior Alvarado, winds up on the winner, Ice the Kicker, and standing by with Acacian Winner Circle.
Right to the lead, Ice the Kicker went today as Junior. This horse really improved and was very quick out of the gate. Usually with 2-year-olds, you know, that's a good sign.
Yeah, definitely. You know, I took it away from the pony. You know, he seems to be pretty sharp. You know, he was very light in his feet. So I was just hoping, you know, hopefully if he breaks good, I help him out of there, whatever he wants to be. So, I mean, he broke great today, put himself in the lead. So I just kind of, you know, keep him moving along. And, you know, he held on all the way to the wire.
And like I said, with young horses especially, it has to be extra encouraging. And when they break sharply, when they kind of know what this whole racing thing is about, that's when they start to put it all together.
Absolutely. You know, when he broke today, I said, oh, well, definitely it's the completely opposite of last time where he broke it slow. You know, he probably knows a little more what's going on. And like I said, I mean, I just think when he was felt in the horses on the outside, you know, he keep pushing him along and you know, he got it done today.
As we're getting closer and closer to Breeders' Cup, and you should have a lot of live mounts, particularly with Bill Mott, some big horses that you've had some really special wins on this year. I know perhaps none more so than Cody's Wish, as he'll try to defend his title in the Dirt Mile. 2 turns once again. What are your thoughts on the 2-turn versus 1-turn conversation with that horse?
You know, I think just 1 turn is what he preferred, to be honest. But, you know, he won last year, you know, going to turn in Keeneland. So, you know, I just think having it just to be a mile, you know, it still will be probably good enough for him to handle it, the 2-turn in a mile.
I've seen him training up in Saratoga. He's been strong in the mornings. Looks like he's ready to go.
Yeah, you know, he does, you know, I keep talking to Bill and my agent who is up there, you know, and you know, he almost called me every other day just to keep me updated that he's doing great. Same thing with the other horses that I'm riding for Bill, like Warlike Goddess, Joseph FYI, Carmel Swear, you know. They're doing, you know, amazingly. You know, we're expecting, you know, you're hoping they'll stay that good until the race, and, you know, so far so good.
Well, we can't wait to see them. Congratulations on the win here, though, Junior.
Thanks, Acacia.
Junior Alvarado starting off this Sunday in good form. And how about that list that he just rattled off there with some Bill Mott mounts heading into the Breeders' Cup, Lafitte. Some pretty live chances and a deep bench.
An assembly line, Acacia, of legit Breeders' Cup contenders. Yeah, that's a good place to be.
That's a really good lineup, and no wonder his agent Mike Solito is staying up in Saratoga. He's not letting Bill Mott get any too far away from him, is he?
Can't blame him. Can't blame him. Ice the Kicker, Bill Parcells. Congrats, Mel Giddings. 16-20 and Dundee Causeway. Yesterday, the program started like long shot after long shot after long shot. Maybe a trend we'll see early in the early stages of the Sunday program.
Yeah, listen, you know, you get a racetrack now that's labeled fast now, but it's still, I think, drying out. I'm sure it's got a lot of moisture in it, and sometimes it'll play a little bit of havoc with your form on paper. And this race, young horses, they're going to change, improve from race to race. And obviously this horse, after his first race, that proverbial light bulb went on.
Ran well today. The second race, as you saw, with about 19 minutes to post, and even money favorite towards the outside. Race number 2 in Just Call Ray. As for the feature, the Carl Place, as we touched on at the top of the show, it's off the turf on the main track. For our viewers tuning in, Richie, before we get to the race, they might be wondering, wait a second, it's gorgeous out there. Why aren't we seeing turf racing this afternoon? What's the story?
Well, anybody who lives in this metropolitan area knows we've just had one weekend after another of rain, and a turf course is like a sponge, and it just has reached its saturation point where it's not going to dry out quickly, if at all, right now. I mean, you get these evenings where it's a little bit colder. We do have a nice breeze and sun today, and if we get no rain, maybe we'll have turf racing by Thursday when we're back to work. Right now, if you go out there, I'm sure it's squishing under your feet.
It's been a difficult run in terms of the weather. The good news, fingers crossed, the forecast does look better for next week. As for today's Carl Place, now it looks a lot different than when it was drawn. A turf sprint for 3-year-olds now on the main track and several defections. And with 3 entered, main track only, one of them being Super Chow. This was his last win, the Hutchinson at Gulfstream in March, Richie. Super Chow is 1-5 and handles his business.
Listen, this horse has had a steady diet of stakes, going back to his 2-year-old year, and has comported himself very, very well. Maddie Olver, apprentice rider.
Big opportunity.
Big opportunity for her, but a horse that she's ridden in back-to-back stakes to runner-up finishes down at Monmouth. And this is a horse that shows really good speed at Monmouth. You have to be fast because they put the pedal to the metal there. I think this horse controls from start to finish, and it's a big opportunity for Maddie.
What's the key to today's Carl Place? Do you trust the favorite going in? Are you leaning in another direction? What do you think?
I'm not. I can't see past Super Chow. I mean, you've got some other nice horses here, but Super Chow is fast. We saw the first race, horse went gate to wire. We're not making any hard and fast lines about how the track's playing, but obviously speed can win, and I think he just leads them on a merry chase.
Third running of the Carl Place, race 8, post time around 4:22 Eastern. After today, 1 week left of the Belmont at the Big A meet, closing week stakes schedule. Lots going on. Friday, 3 stakes races. Saturday, 4 more. Closing day, Richie, 8 stakes races, all for New York breds. What's that all about?
I love the New York showcase days like this, and Empire Classic, Empire Distaff. It's a celebration of the breed and the breeders in the state of New York, and they come out in mass, and it's just a celebration of that. And I always enjoyed that day as a rider, and I enjoy covering it as a broadcaster.
As promised, the Sleepy Hollow.
Sleepy Hollow.
Sleepy Hollow, the pumpkin pie. No Amityville Horror. We'll work on that. Exciting closing week, Belmont at the Big A. Updated odds, race 2, start of the early pick 4, $25,000 claiming event, mile and an 1/8, and Just Call Ray. Even money as they have arrived in the paddock, as you can see. Good to see have the sun out. And a fun day of thoroughbred racing. 1 down, 8 left. Belmont at the Big A. Speaking of a fun day of racing, yesterday's Far Hills race meeting. One night only, and it never disappoints. In front of a big crowd, Noah and the Ark pulls off the upset in the headline event, the Grade 1 Grand National. We'll recap.
Daredevil, returning to stud on U.S. soil. The only first-crop sire to see 2 offspring win the Grade 1 Kentucky Oaks and the Grade 1 Preakness Stakes in the same year. She dares the devil, taking the Kentucky Oaks and the Grade 2 Azeri Stakes, and champion Swiss Skydiver, winning the Preakness and the Grade 1 Beholder Mile Stakes. With more exciting prospects on the track and multiple 6-figure sales in the ring, Daredevil's career is just getting started, only at Lane's End.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with NYRA Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with NYRA Bets.
History remembers moments of extraordinary strength, skill, and determination. True greatness is forged by those who fulfill their destiny.
Dominant from day one. At $5 million, $5 million, $5 million.
The one and only Monomoy girl.
Oh my goodness, right here. What do you ask for one like her? Here is Gamine, the $1.8 million 2-year-old. 9 career wins in 11 tries. She was off the board just once in her career.
Trick or treat racing fans, welcome back. America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2 is always brought to you in part by Hillendale. Atalapa. You carved that?
No, not one of my skills. No.
Part of your skill set yesterday that we saw at Far Hills and mingling with everyone at this incredible party, the Far Hills race meeting. It's, you know, one day only, 30,000 in attendance, only 900 live in the town, and they get 1,000 volunteers just to prepare for the event.
Yeah, you think
And
they're having a
what's
good
this?
time there? They were putting down hay to kind of blot up the mud, and those kids found another use for it. They could have built a hut with that.
They are still there, chucking wads of hay at each other.
It is a party, and that's the right way to describe it. I mean, they really go there and have a great time, and again, celebrate the sport. And you know, I can't thank Guy Talsieri enough for hosting us. The enthusiasm of the crowd was infectious. Bill Gallo with the National Steeplechase Association, they really appreciated us being there and couldn't have been kinder.
Hey, again, that it's just missing the SEC football game, but that's the atmosphere you can sense through the television screen. You were actually there. And then in the end, the biggest race, the Grade 1 Grand National, and how was Noah and the Ark able to trigger the upset?
Well, if ever you had a hunch play, the ground was so demanding and wet, and these horses were slogging through it after going, 2 5/8 miles. Noah and the Ark just kept finding under Harrison Bestwick, who was really good interview afterwards.
That was great to watch, his post-race, and look at the emotion and salute to the crowd at the wire.
Listen, I'm not a big fan of the celebration. He got up before the wire, but I completely understand it. The biggest win of his career, and every single rider and other connections came and hugged Harry Bestwick after the race and were clapping him on the back. Obviously somebody that has a lot of respect by his contemporaries and, very popular.
That's the sense following the victory. And here's what you have to understand. For example, the Breeders' Cup will take place in a couple of weeks in Southern California. And you'll have, over the course of 2 days, 14 Grade 1 races or whatever it is. In steeplechase on the circuit at this 5 Grade 1 races the entire year, and that's one of them.
Yeah, and honestly, one that probably carries the most weight as far as Eclipse Award voting, because the other 4 were each won by different horses. And this being the most important one, Noah and the Ark put himself squarely in that conversation. A terrific run from him. He was pretty animated in the walking ring and in the warm-up, and Harry Bestwick spoke about that, just kind of keeping him contained. And we would be remiss not to mention the runner-up, the 7, Merrymaker, Hurricane Farm, Sanford Stud, the Sanford Stakes, still that same family, descendants passed down. They had won this race 6 times, and this was the 100th year anniversary of when they won the English Grand National.
That's incredible. My questions, that was it. Forget about your Frankie Dettori flying dismount. Did you see that?
And he's not retiring.
and he's not retiring. Did the horse ever make it into the bar, into the pub, and where's my keg stand? Where's my keg stand?
Well, full disclosure, I did not know what a keg stand was. I had to ask, and when I was told what it was,
it's what I was doing right before the show.
I still don't understand why you would do that. And after going through the infield and learning about keg stands, I really don't regret missing college.
Acacia, we need to educate this man.
Yes, Richie came to ask me, Joe, and Liza, and we all knew what a keg stand was. But it was a really fun day yesterday, seeing Noah and the Ark, who always is a very animated horse prior to his races, was such a big win for Harry Bestwick. And I thought it was amazing learning the story behind trainer Todd McKenna from Joe Clancy, sharing that they were actually out in one of the bars on Caroline Street when he got a chance to meet the owners of this horse who had been running over in Europe when Harry won on him in Europe too. And just kind of a twist of fate with him ending up having this horse. He only has a handful of horses, running a dry cleaning business as his main job. And to see the emotion from both trainer and jockey after the race, and just how important, how meaningful these kinds of races are, especially for a smaller barn, was really, really special. And then, of course, Harry Bestwick coming back to win the nightcap as well with McLovin, who was on a flat race, but showed off some jumping skills. Hills in the stretch as well. So such a wonderful day over at Far Hills once again. But horses in the paddock for this upcoming second race, Belmont at the Big A, going the mile in an eighth. And we'll start off with the 6, Just Call Ray. Rob Atris's barn has been going well lately, and this was a horse that I thought finished second last time out, running well, being wide. Now looking at him in comparison with some of the other horses in here, the 9 Furlongs is a bit of a concern for me. He's a little bit of a smaller, incredibly athletic horse. He's very relaxed, very professional here in the paddock. I just wonder if this might be stretching him a little bit. He obviously has some 2-turn form, having one going a mile and a 16th. I just am concerned that this might be a little bit far. The 3-6% we know can handle the distance. He just was so disappointing last time when dropping in class and as the favorite. Has been picked up for the Cantor Mossy barn. Looks terrific in his coat and his weight. He's alert, he's bright here in the paddock. I do wonder if he's going to be able to run back to some of those better races that he has. I'll watch him on the track warming up. The 5 Tommy B, I don't know if he's really a dirt horse, and he's been running on the turf, but I wanted to mention him because there's not a lot of speed in this race, and he has stamina. He's sharp, Lafitte, and I think he will be the one setting the pace early.
Something to watch right from the start with Tommy B. Perhaps trying to trigger an upset in this second race, 13-1. Get another look at him in the post parade. You saw 6%, followed by Bold Victory, claimed from Rick Dutrow by Mike Maselli.
Yeah, Mike Maselli does a really good job. The horse goes from 12.5 to 25, double jumps in price.
Aforementioned Tommy B.
Yeah, like Acacia said, this horse has speed in a race that looks devoid of it.
No. Just Call Ray, first after the claim, Rob Atris.
Yeah, man, he's getting bet off the board. I mean,
wow.
Is it one of those they know situations?
It might be. Might be. Heavily backed 4-5 and late on the scene, late on arrival. Number 1, higher quality and coned and trained by Napal Chatterpaul.
I thought he was worth a real strong look. He's 2 for 6 at the distance. He sports a win at Aqueduct. Romero Mirage, a young rider that I've been impressed with. He gets a lot of run out of horses.
Early pick 4 starts here. Belmont at the Big A, post time. 6 minutes, race 2. Let's circle back to number 3, 6%. There he is. This was 2 starts back, day after the Belmont, June 11th, Belmont Park. Still with Maya Engelhart at the time, 6%, who never threatens Richie, but looms up and does finish up strong.
Yeah, and he looks like a horse to me that is reluctant to run through kickback.
Yes.
And he has to kind of be ridden through it, right? Because he seemed to find more when he got in the clear. And Dylan Davis was able to extract him from that position inside the 3/16 pole that day. But now he's really kind of found his stride. He has that race under his belt, with the freshening over the summer. So he should be better for that effort.
You could tell. Running around the turn, a lot of spray, a lot of kickback, and really just kind of reluctant to do so, to run through it.
Yeah, the best way I can describe it, it's like a horse, driving your car with the emergency brake on, right? You feel there's some resistance, and he gets in the clear, and it's like, we release that brake, and he's able to go on.
Jonathan Kinchin joining the show. That's why it really, when you're kicking sand in my face at the beach, JK, that's why it really starts to bug me, and I get irritated with you. You need to stop doing that, man.
You're right, Lafitte. That makes a lot of sense, and that's why you won't ever go to the beach with me anymore, because that's exactly how I treat you. Some might say you deserve it. I will say this. I would think that Richie would be very good at a keg stand. Strong upper body, stand. I think he would be good at it. I know I'm a little late to the party with the keg stand thing, but I heard it in my ear for the last 15 minutes. I really do like the 3-6% in here. I love the Cantor Mosses. I think they do an outstanding job. When you're looking for a horse to kind of have some form reversal, I think sometimes you can kind of lean on them to find out what's wrong. They're a small operation of brothers that really can kind of focus and hone in on the horses that they have. And you've seen the success they had with, of course, I'm going to go blank on the horse's name now because I thought I was going to be able to find it, but I can't. But I'll find it before we finish. I will say this about 6%. This horse has run well going the 9 furlongs, and I do think that this horse will improve getting back to that distance. It has some back races that make a ton of sense, and like I said, I feel like this horse could kind of transition into that horse that he once was. The one thing I will say, it doesn't have a great running style for a situation, a paceless race, but the good news is there's not a lot of horses in here that I think will take advantage of the fact that it's a paceless race, and Richie talks about it all the time. I think they're going to invite the kickers into the race, and he'll be able to out-kick them home, and yes, in my ear, thank you, Evie Jets was the horse I was thinking about.
Big win, Evie Jets at Saratoga in a Grade 2 event. A massive win for the Cantamases, and we'll see what 6% does here at a price 6-1. Currently, there's number 4 at 9-5 in Bold Victory. Let's take a look at his latest. Mid-October, right here, mile distance, Richie, and Bold Victory drops far, far back, and he's rolling late.
Yeah, but he also got pace because it was a one-turn mile, and for lower-level horses, 46-1 is a rapid pace. And here he comes charging down the middle of the racetrack with Matty Oliver to get it done. But he moves 2 levels up in class. Now, horses are required to move up in class when they claimed, I think it's 20% more, right? He's a 50% jump in class. Now, maybe it's the only race they could find, or does Mike Maselli just love the way this horse is trained, and now you get journeyman Dylan Davis. But Matty Oliver did pretty good with him last time.
Bold Victory, Dylan Davis, 7-2. Correction, 2-1, Acacia. Higher Quality, what do you make of his chances drawn inside with Romero Mirage?
Well, I wanted to wait to see him on track to talk about him. As you guys mentioned, he came out late, did not participate in the post parade, and that's because he is a very quirky individual. Even back when Chad Brown had him, I mean, he'd be very nervous. He'd be very bad in the post parades. He has the tendency to kind of prop and wheel behind the gate as well. You even see in the short comment last time, fractious in post parade. If he runs his race 2 starts back, he's a major player in here. I have no problems with the distance for him. I've always felt that longer is better. And today he's, knock on wood, so far actually acting quite well. Saddled with the pony alongside, and they kind of jogged out of the tunnel. And Bam, who's aboard the gray pony, has kept this horse moving constantly out on the track. I don't know if it's that he will stop and kind of get himself worked up, but oftentimes with nervous horses, the best possible thing to do, especially ones that have the tendency to rear up or to prop themselves and wheel and try to toss their rider, is to keep them going forward, to keep that forward momentum. And that's what they've been doing, keeping him alongside the rail, away from the rest of the field. The starting gate is right here outside the winner's circle, so I will keep my eyes on him, especially as they get closer to the gate. But Lafitte, so far so good with Higher Quality.
So far, so good, and you're good with all of it, Richie. This is your top selection.
Yeah, I know he's a difficult horse, and he's quirky. I'm a really big Romero Mirage fan. This horse is versatile too. I think he can lay up close to what I anticipate being a tepid pace. And just to expand on what Acacia was saying, keeping a horse moving, right? You kind of give him a chance to think too much at a walk, or you stop, and then you might not get him started, or give them an opportunity to act up. And the same token, when you handle a horse on the ground, the feet. If you watch horses in the wild, the horse that's moving their feet is being dominated by the horses that are not. So if you're moving around a horse, that horse is in charge of you. If you make a horse move around your movements and move their feet, then they understand that, okay, I've got to kind of obey these commands.
Learn so much every time I work with you.
Well, that's just like if you listen to all the people that practice natural horsemanship. It's all about how the horse's movements and how that you move around them or make them move around you, more to the point.
Higher Quality and Romero Mirage, and his interview following a win yesterday, the day before yesterday, very easy to root for. He has that infectious sort of enthusiasm about him, and a good rider with a bright future.
Really bright future. And listen, he's kind of gone through a lot. He had a bad fall. He was out a year. When he came back, I think it took him a little while to find himself again as a rider. And sometimes it's physical, sometimes it's mental, sometimes it's both.
Which is completely understandable.
Well, and I don't say that like with knocking him at all. I mean, the fact that he was able to work his way through it and find himself as a rider, and a really good rider with a work ethic to match.
You went with Higher Quality, Romero Mirage. There he is, big smile. They'll coax him forward, the quirky Higher Quality, and something to watch his behavior in the starting gate if he can keep it together. Richie's top selection, Acacia going with number 6, Just Call Ray, who is even money. Jonathan with 6% at 4-1. Time for the early pick 4, race 2, Belmont at the Big 8. Johnny I standing by.
Waiting now for Tommy B and Just Call Ray. They're in the gate. And they're off. It's Tommy B and Just Call Ray from the outside. Higher Quality now moves up down at the rail, and 6% looks to advance in between horses as the field goes into the clubhouse turn. And from that inside post, Higher Quality is the leader with 6% racing in second position. Higher Quality in front now by a length and a quarter, and 6% is next in second. And then it is the gray, Just Call Ray, who's alongside of Tommy B. They're right together third and fourth. Bold Victory trails the field in fifth. The opening quarter in 24 3/5 seconds. They're on the backstretch now, and it is Higher Quality narrowly. A bit tough to handle there, 6%, who's in between horses. And on the outside is Tommy B. Just Call Ray, the favorite, sits in fourth, about 3 lengths from the lead. Bold Victory's at the back, half mile, 50 seconds. Higher Quality, the leader here, 3/4 of a length, with 6% remaining in second. Just Call Ray is down at the rail, right alongside Tommy B, and then Bold Victory as the field goes into the far turn. 6% on the outside of Higher Quality. Now the two of them are right together. Just Call Ray in behind the front runners in third. Then Tommy B and Bold Victory. 6%. Just Call Ray on the outside, and Just Call Ray has now swept to the lead as they come for the top of the stretch. It is Just Call Ray in front. Then 6%, Higher Quality down towards the rail, followed by Bold Victory and Tommy B. Just Call Ray with the lead and a furlong to the finish. Bold Victory, a challenger here on the outside. It's Just Call Ray, and Higher Quality's coming back again down towards the rail. They come on for the finish here, and it is Just Call Ray and Bold Victory, and Higher Quality was right there. Turned out to be a photo finish in race number 2.
A wild one in the second. Belmont at the Big A. Just Call Ray. Bold Victory. Heads bobbing on the outside. Higher Quality battling bravely on the inside. Who got it, Richie?
Ooh, this is all about the bob. I think the gray horse...
Did he hold?
Held him off, but he got a lot of the good bob. It might have just been a touch too late, the outside horse.
Right. Just Call Ray was clearly in front, but maybe he got the worst of the bob. Manny Franco going to work, Higher Quality inside, and Bold Victory plugging away on the outside.
I think the gray horse held him off when I watched it again in slow-mo. Keep an eye on him here. Now, the gray horse came out into the 4 late. I'd love to see a head-on at some point of that. A lot going on here and a really exciting race. For $25,000 claimers, they put on quite a show. It looked like Higher Quality was all done in the middle of the turn. This is where his quirkiness came in. He sees these horses to the outside. He re-engages. Wow, Bold Victory.
Bold Victory got up. Oh, wow. Every bit of the bob. Bold Victory by a flared nostril over Just Call Ray in the second of that. Wow.
And this is, you know, when we talk about heads bobbing up and down to the wire, it's where the nose is at that right moment, right there. He was in front, only on the line at that point. Dylan Davis continues his good riding. I think Just Call Ray hit the front and kind of got to wandering a little bit, like lost his focus a touch. Higher Quality gave it up. He came back. Now,
what'd you see here? Here's your first look at the head-on.
Yeah, keep an eye on the gray horse. She's already established. She's about the 5 path, and Manny Franco's a very strong rider. Now here comes Bold Victory, your winner, and he goes out to engage him, and you can see how far they drifted, but there's space between them. He never bothered the horse because he never took up the space between them and made any sort of contact. Bold Victory was drifting along with him, but they did drift considerably the last 16th of a mile.
Bold Victory, Dylan Davis, Manny Franco has to be like, how did that happen?
Those are the worst ones to get beat like that. Oh, because you probably feel like you won it, and then you come back. Wait, they got the wrong number up there. Yeah.
Oh, snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. Just Call Ray, Bold Victory, that perfect bob. Dylan Davis riding well. 4.613 results when we come back. Plus the history of thoroughbred racing, contributions made by African Americans in every capacity. Enter the Ed Brown Society. Significance, its importance, why it exists, opportunities created, and a chance to thrive on the biggest of racing stages.
And they're money in 109.22 seconds.
Herman, the classic sire.
On a perfect day, there is no finer place in all of sports.
Nerves, excitement, and anticipation.
Than beautiful, truly stunning. For the Breeders' Cup World Championships.
This gorgeous fall afternoon. Welcome back to Aqueduct Racetrack coverage on Fox Sports 2, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing for the love of the race. Visit americasbestracing.net today. Seeing is believing, Richie, by that much. Bold victory denying the favorite, Just Call Ray.
Got the best of the bob. Nice ride from Dylan the last run, and I'm sure Manny Franco was disappointed because when your body is even with the other riders or even a little in front, and then the other horses' nose in front, it's just disappointing. But nice job, Mike Maselli, first off the claim. For George Anthony, who loves the game. You could see he was leading the horse into the winner's circle. Bold victory at 740.
And both of the top two finishers claimed, headed elsewhere. The best of the bob, the worst of the bob, depending on what side of that one you were on. Bold victory, and Dylan Davis, winning pilot, standing by with Acacia in the winner's circle.
Got all of the bob with bold victory. And Dylan, you were telling me your horse was outside. You thought you had your nose down at the right time, but that was a tight photo.
I was Acacia. Thank you to Maselli and George and JR for the ride. Bold victory, ran great. Nice, big, strong, moving horse. He actually broke sharper than I thought he would going into that first turn, but, you know, I just sat on him and just took a little hold and saved some ground in that first turn. And Maselli wanted me to just get an outside run with him, nice, clean run, and just rode the rail as long as I could into the second turn, turned him out, and he was fighting. He's the kind of horse where whatever you put in, he gives you. He doesn't give you any other incentive there, so you have to get it out of him. And he fought all the way to the wire. I thought he was going to run by Manny there for a little bit, but then he kind of got a little lazy there. I had to get back into him, re-rally him, and it was close for that photo. I didn't know what it was, but I thought he had his head down there at the wire.
Like you said, he's such a big, solid horse, too. And stamina is so important with these 9 furlong races. Had to give you a little extra confidence to know that he had that foundation.
Of course, yeah. No, with the way he ran last time, you know, like trying to mimic that ride again with the closing run, and that's what he likes to do.
Got the bob today, and as we're just a couple weeks away now, less than a couple weeks to the Breeders' Cup, and you'll be teaming up once again with Carson's Run, who you've been aboard all along in the juvenile turf, and he's been working well. What did you feel in the Grade 1 summer? Because that was really kind of his coming out party for a horse that you know so well.
Well, I mean, he's improving every start. That was a very impressive run. Even his first run, he win. Second run, he run into stake. He still ran well, but he really stepped up with this third start. It really impressed me. We tried with an outside run with him. Maybe he was shying a little bit, and he really liked that a lot. And I'm really excited for the Breeders' Cup.
Can't wait. Best of luck. Congratulations here.
Thank you. All right.
Dylan Davis starting in great form right now, Lafitte.
Acacia, that's the thing, the timing of it all, Richie, heading into the Triple Crown races. In this case, Dylan Davis heading into the Breeders' Cup, riding very well and with confidence sky high.
Oh, it's so important. You go into that major stage. You want to prove to everybody you could win on that day and compete on the same level with the best of the best, and Dylan's proven that. And interesting to me, the 2 Grade 1 victories in Dylan's career, both for Christophe Clement, both north of the border.
At Woodbine, yeah. And for a younger rider that maybe hasn't been in that situation as often, I'm not talking about on the track, is it intimidating walking into that jocks room? Not only the best jockeys in the colony, because that's who he's competing with on a day-to-day basis, but the Breeders' Cup, the best jockeys in the world.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you can be intimidated. You have to go in there on a mission. You have every much as a right to win those races as the other people, and you've got to know that in your heart. They're no better than you. If you have the right mounts, you know you can deliver, and then it's up to you to deliver.
Why it's so important that he's riding as well as he is right now. Another win here by this much in race number 2, Belmont at the Big A. Race number 3 coming up in about 19 minutes. Just a $12,500 claiming event, 6.5 furlongs. Early favorite at 5-2. Number 2, Ensign Parker. We touched on this story going to break, dating back to the dawn of the sport, the history of thoroughbred racing, and the contributions of African Americans that have helped pave the way to a much stronger, much more prosperous thoroughbred racing industry. Now in 2023, with that concept in mind, the Eddie Brown Society is in place to do just that, provide opportunities and hopes for a more diverse thoroughbred racing industry.
Anything that had to do with racing really started with the direct contributions of African Americans. First Kentucky Derby winner was ridden and trained by African Americans. They were more than just the riders. They were the trainers, they were the owners. So around the time that we started the Ed Brown Society, the timing was sort of right. The industry as a whole has been willing to have those conversations.
So while I'm watching the Derby, I see someone who looks like me, who's owning a Derby horse and is about to run in one of the most prestigious races in the world. So once I saw that, I had to reach out, and that was when I decided that this is something that I think could be a path to help me get exposure into the industry.
So we go partner with schools. We find the students who are interested in doing something ag or equine related, and we partner up with the particular track.
So the classes I'm taking right now are equine health and diseases, as well as thoroughbred investments, thoroughbred law. So really trying to get a collective overview of the industry operations and trying to learn as much as I can about how to be productive and contribute to this industry.
My grandfather owned a horse that ran in the Kentucky Derby, but due to the racial injustice at the time, he was unable to be listed as an owner or to attend the Kentucky Derby. So for Necker Allen to bring that back home a generation later was a surreal moment. It's a moment that will be hard to top, but hopefully we can get back and bring other African Americans to the Kentucky Derby as well.
We look up one day, 5 or 10 years from now, a lot of our graduates out of the Ed Brown Society are working at horse tracks in significant roles, and they are in turn hiring other African American and minority interns to come work under their employment. I think that we'll look at that as a success.
The Ed Brown Society just announced on Thursday a new partnership with the New York Racing Association. We could spend so much time on this story alone, Richie, and so many layers to this particular story.
Well, there really are, and I think no better person to chair this endeavor and your president, Ray Daniels. But Greg Harbert, his grandfather also was Man O' War's groom when he was a stallion from 1930 to 1946. And he had actually, inform and educate visitors about Man of War and all his exploits on the racetrack as well as the stallion. So he's got such a rich, deep heritage in racing, and I just applaud this effort on both sides of this, and I hope in some small way I can get involved with it because I really admire everybody involved.
That is incredible. In a more diverse industry is a healthier industry. You're seeing the success of women, a big story in 2023. Linda Rice, the only female trainer to have won a Saratoga training title, now having done it twice. Jenna Antonucci, the only female trainer to have saddled a Triple Crown race winner. And something that stuck out to me in the feature from Charles Churchill, something that he said, what it meant to him to see somebody who looked like him competing on racing's biggest stage, the Kentucky Derby.
And if you think about the history of the Kentucky Derby, when it first really started, it was dominated by African Americans, riders and trainers. And over years, they got phased out very unfairly. So I would love to see and applaud this effort and have them take their rightful place in this industry again.
It's an important cause, Ed Brown Society, and now partnered with the New York Racing Association. Well, let's step aside here on America's Day at the races with horses in the paddock for the third time for the middle pick four. You're looking at Mr. Phil. That's Mr. JT, actually. Currently 2-1. Back at Aqueduct here. Lavacacious Paddock Report. Post parade, riders up, all that coming up next. The third in 14 minutes. Belmont at the Big A.
There are more than 3,500 reasons buyers came to Keeneland November last year. Because as you look to the future, this is where you'll find whatever you're looking for. And then some. And then some more. The place you have to be to find the one you have to have. Join us as the world comes to Keeneland, November 8th through the 16th. Browse the catalog at november.keeneland.com.
We watched his career, you know, the speed he had was tremendous. So we bought 2 or 3, underbidder on several. Really nice volatile colt in his last sale that I think maybe $600,000. Beautiful colt.
Tom, $600,000. Thank you very much and good luck.
Perfect sire for 2-year-old sales, and so we'll be bidding against some of our peers, no doubt. So we're looking forward to it. We like a little competition, you know, it's fun.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
The world's premier breeding stock event, the November sale at Fasig-Tipton. A turf star from a Phipps family line, Queen Goddess closed her 3-year-old season with a front-running score in the Grade 1 American Oaks, besting Grade 1 winner Going Global.
Queen Goddess all the way in the American Oaks.
She carried on in 2022 with 2 Grade 3 victories, first in the Santa Ana Stakes.
And it's going to be Queen Goddess.
And then in the Grade 3 Robert J. Frankel.
And no doubt about it, victory for Queen Goddess.
She kicked off this year winning the Grade 3 Pegasus World Cup Filly and Mare Turf.
It's Queen Goddess to win the Pegasus Filly and Mare Turf by a length and a half.
Queen Goddess has won 6 of 13 starts for trainer Michael McCarthy and owners Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners and Gary Barber. By Empire Maker and out of a Lemon Drop Kid mare, Queen Goddess comes from the direct female line of champion Heavenly Prize. Grade 1 winner Queen Goddess, selling this November with Blue Water Sales agent.
I always look forward to that Fasig-Tipton Night of the Stars sale following the Breeders' Cup, where you see some of the biggest names in racing going through that sales ring in Kentucky. As we take a look at horses in the paddock for this upcoming third race, 6.5 furlongs. It's a $12,500 claiming race, and the claiming tag is important because Mr. Phil, what do you do with him? He's taking such a big drop in class, but unfortunately, he's been off form lately, and he's a very cool horse that obviously has a ton of talent, and he was claimed for $32,000. The connections did very well with him, but his last two races in particular, and I know that one was on a wet track, but just have been very disappointing. I didn't see him last time, of course, being at Laurel, but 2 starts back, he was very quiet in the paddock in comparison to his normal spunky self, and while he's a little bit brighter today and alert, he's been pretty laid back, pretty relaxed, but typically Rob Attras's horses are pretty relaxed in the paddock. Of course, I'm going to be a little concerned with this sort of significant drop in class. The front wraps do go on with him, and you wonder, can he run back to some of those big races that he put forth, especially last year when he ran that 101 Beyer speed figure. He looks fit, he looks healthy, he's alert. I just have my concerns. If he has some run in him with that big drop, he should be just better than what he faces in here today. The 2 Ensign Parker last time I thought really took advantage of a track where you wanted to be forwardly placed, and Dylan Davis looking for his own rolling double here. We'll try to do that once again with this horse, the son of Soldat, who he gave a great ride and being able to put on the front end where the closers were really struggling. And Ensign Parker is sharp in here once again. He is completely dappled, beautifully turned out from head to toe. A little bit hot behind, but it's a much warmer day today than it has been. He's got great energy, and he'll look to try and control things on the front end once again. But I do think that he took advantage of the track last time. We'll see if he can repeat that effort. Out of that same race was the one Bourbon's Hope, who was kind of right up close and finished second. They kind of went that way around. He was a horse that was very, very sharp back in the summer as well. He's been pretty relaxed, taking it all in here today too. Came back with that good effort, which was encouraging off the voided claim 2 back. He's very strong in here for Linda Rice, and will try to turn the tables as he'll rematch with Ensign Parker to his outside, Lafitte.
Kind of a theme, Acacia. Horses reaching back, trying to find better previous form. Bourbon's Hope. There he is again at 3-1. Post-parade for this third race, Belmont at the Big A, Bourbon's Hope, and second to Ensign Parker, as Acacia mentioned in his latest.
Yeah, listen, this horse has been consistently good now. His last 4 races are all good. Was beaten by Ensign Parker. He's under the gun from the rail. I think he has to hold position.
Ensign Parker, who was 8-1 in that wire-to-wire win.
When he runs his good races, he shows good speed like he did last time. He will be up forward as well.
What will Mr. Phil do this afternoon? His form looked much better this spring.
Yeah, this is a precipitous drop in class. He has to find some of those back races, or at least some of that form.
Manny Franco still wondering how he got beat in the second race here. Number 5, Blake B. It's been tough sledding of late. Prince James is out. Mr. JT is in, pictured with Arad Ortiz.
Yeah, you get Arad Ortiz and more of a confirmed closing type in a race that does have some speed.
Quick Flash and Jose Gomez at 8-1.
Runs his best when he's involved and forward. Problem with Quick Flash, 3 wins as opposed to 11 seconds.
Striking speed hasn't been real competitive.
Yeah, first start for Wayne Potts. You get Lane Luzzy, who has been hitting the board on big price horses. That's how he's going to get people's attention. He's going to have to find one of his better races.
That's the field for the third race. Belmont at the Big A, 7 minutes out. Jonathan Kinchin is with us, my friend. How'd you see this one unfolding? What'd you come up with?
Yeah, look, I think the 8 Quick Flash is interesting. I think if you look at the last race, on a sloppy racetrack, going 7 furlongs, yeah, it didn't really run that well. You got involved with the pace a little bit early and then kind of got tired. I think if you can design the race where you draw a line through that and hope that maybe he can run his race 2 back, maybe even 3 back, could be good enough for this group. I thought the race 2 back, he ran extremely well. He was involved in the pace going 6.5. He was wide. He lost some ground, and I felt like he ran extremely well. So I'm just kind of banking on the fact that what happened last time was an aberration because of the sloppy racetrack, and I'm hoping that if he can run that race he ran 2 back, he should be extremely tough in here. He should have a chance. There's a couple of other horses that make sense. I think all the horses that are exiting that September 28th race, where Ensign Parker won, are all interesting. The 1 Bourbon's Hope, as well as the 7 Mr. JT. I just kind of felt like Quick Flash was the one that was a little bit sneakier because his last race was not very good on paper.
Yeah, at this level, Richie, you have to be a little bit more forgiving. And sometimes you have to draw the proverbial line through a race and hope that at this $12,500 claiming level, horses can reach back and find better races. For example, Ensign Parker, let's revisit that common race, late September right here. Ensign Parker in command, Bourbon's Hope, Mr. JT, chasing in vain.
Yeah, listen, Ensign Parker just controlled this race throughout. He showed good speed, and he continued. It was a really nice effort. I think because of the draw, Bourbon's Hope has got to feel compelled to go with him. And Bourbon's Hope's usually a very sharp breaker being inside of him. I have no problem with Ensign Parker. I think obviously he can win. I'm going to try to go with a closing type in this race. I just think it could set up style-wise for someone to be finishing.
Tougher task this time for Ensign Parker on paper, more heat he may face?
I think there is, and particularly Bourbon's Hope was cast into that chasing position last time, but he was drawn the far outside. This time he's down on the rail, and the way he normally breaks, he usually breaks on top. And Bourbon's Hope. You're compelled to use that inside position and hold your ground.
Jose Ortiz in the saddle there, and you wound up with?
Well, I was thinking about Mr. Phil, but ultimately I'm going to go with Mr. JT. I think he's just your most natural closer in a race that I feel has ample speed.
Gerard Ortiz at 3-1. Mr. JT, we check in with Acacia.
Richie, you and I are on the same wavelength here, and hopefully that's a good sign. Bourbon's Hope had a very strong warm-up out on the track, as did Mr. Phil. So I'm hoping that Mr. JT gets the right kind of setup as well. And as I touched on back in the paddock in that September 28th race, I thought Ensign Parker really took advantage of how the track was playing and shouldn't, I think, theoretically have as easy a time of doing exactly that today. Whereas Mr. JT was further back than he typically was and actually ran on a little bit late on that track. Picked up by Bruce Levine, coming in here, he has races 2 and 3 back that would make him very competitive, and I'm thinking that this is a horse who just could get the right kind of trip, and Gerard Ortiz gave him a nice warm-up out there on the track. The 8 Quick Flashes, Jonathan mentioned, did run on the wet track last time out. He is kind of that quintessential physical type that we talk about of not wanting a wet track. He is a big, heavy, robust type of horse, and typically those types just really don't get over a wet track well. So I think it's a theory with some ground to it, because he probably did not handle that. He didn't look comfortable. He was dueling on the pace 2 starts back, and that was with Rob Atras. Pat Reynolds does an excellent job in prepping his horses, and this is a horse that always carries his show on the road, so to speak, and we'll see if he is able to stay out of any potential pace duel with there should be some heat on the front end, Lafitte.
You had a thought, Richie, on Quick Flash?
Yeah, listen, I like the horse, and he's very competitive here. I have issues with horses. I mean, we're talking about picking horses to win that have so many more seconds than wins. 3 wins as opposed to 11 seconds. It just gives the impression there had to be races in there that they maybe could have won, but they were more content to run with horses as opposed to running away from horses or past horses. I like the horse. I think he's a beautiful gray horse. Anybody who has seen this horse in person would fall in love with him. He's an absolutely stunning animal. It's all those seconds compared to wins that kind of throws me off his track.
Quick Flash pictured. So you and Acacia spend one afternoon together at Far Hills, and now you're handicapping identically. Is that what it is?
Well, when Maggie's here, she's like, me and Maggie land on the same horses, and me and Acacia landed on the same horses. I just think we both saw the race in a similar way. I do think there'll be some pace on, and I thought I wanted to go with a closer, and Mr. JT was the closer. He's come out of a race where he was defeated by Ensign Parker and Bourbon's Hope. I think Bourbon's Hope and Ensign Parker get more engaged this time, particularly with the swapping of post positions. And keep an eye on the one horse, Bourbon's Hope. Usually his first step is really fast.
Okay, something to watch, and certainly advantageous breaking from the rail, Bourbon's Hope. But we're looking at Mr. Phil, and what do you do here with a massive class drop? What he's capable of, big Beyer speed figure that Acacia referenced, how sharp he was this last spring, and how dull he's been of late.
Well, that's the problem, and I think you've got to make a decision. You either make a stand against him or you go all the way with him. He runs his A race, everybody's running for second. He runs his B race, they're probably running for second. His C race would be good enough to win. We haven't seen any of those races most recently from him.
Board telling you that handicappers are trusting that they'll see a better version of Mr. Phil on this afternoon.
Well, it is a precipitous drop in class, and sometimes just when things, become easier for a horse, they can find that form. They don't have to work as hard to get their position.
Bourbon's Hope, who you just touched on in that quick first step, getting out of the blocks. Jose Ortiz in the saddle. These $12,500 claimers, 6.5 furlongs. In terms of the pace, it's not only the fact that, for example, Ensign Parker, who went wire to wire in his latest, and he was able to establish an easy lead throughout, a big cushion separation between himself and the rest of the field, that it looks like it's a more daunting pace scenario on paper, and that extra half a furlong does matter.
It's another football field, right? And, listen, Ensign Parker ran legitimate fractions last time. I'm not going to try to make a case that he got an easy time of it on lead. He was quick, and he used that speed to his advantage. I just think he could have company today.
Some horses, front runners, the clock really doesn't matter as long as they establish the lead. These are $12,500 claimers.
Sure.
Azeri, it didn't matter how blazingly fast as long as she established a lead, she was going to be fine.
Right, and listen, that's just individual personalities. People are like, some people can overcome adversity, some people can't, and when they can control the situation, they're better.
Intriguing $12,500 claimer. The third race, Belmont at the Big A, 2-1, class dropping Mr. Phil. There's Mr. JT, Acacia. Richie's top selection, believe JK went with Quick Flash number 8 at 6-1. John Ambrial with the call. Post time, race 3, Belmont at the Big A.
Waiting now for Quick Flash and Striking Speed. Quick Flash, the gray gelding, has gone in, and now Striking Speed to complete the 7-horse field on the outside. And we're set for race 3. And they're off. And they all came away to a good beginning. Down at the rail, it is Bourbon's Hope. Ensign Parker is right there, along with Mr. Phil and Quick Flash. 4 of them stacked across the track for the early lead. They've got 2 lengths on Striking Speed and Mr. JT. Those 2 are right together. And farther back in the field is Blake B. Now Ensign Parker comes away with the lead here through a quarter in 21-4. Ensign Parker leads by a half length. Mr. Phil in between horses, and Quick Flash, the gray, is on the outside. Striking Speed is on the move and up into 4th. Then comes Mr. JT as Bourbon's Hope drops out of it. Up front, it is Ensign Parker, Mr. Phil, Quick Flash, and those 3 are joined by Striking Speed. And Mr. JT's going to need racing room as they come off the turn and into the stretch. The half in 45-1. It is Quick Flash, Mr. Phil, Mr. JT, still bottled up, nowhere to go. Striking Speed to his outside. Blake B is putting in a run down at the rail. And now there's racing room for Mr. JT. And here he comes now. Once he got the room, he had the run, and Mr. JT is on to victory here by 3.5 lengths. Mr. Phil completes the exacta.
How much the best was he, Mr. JT? That's not the question, as he draws off by many. It's how he finally found daylight and room to operate in under Irad Ortiz.
Well, anybody who's ever spent any time on the Belt Parkway can totally sympathize with Irad Ortiz here. He is stymied in traffic. Now watch, though, how he creates room. He comes out over Quick Flash's heels, and there's significant contact there. He just broadsided number 9 Striking Speed and completely took him out of the race. Now, he won off and drew off as much the best, Now, will the stewards say it didn't have an effect on the outcome? I don't know how you can tell that when a horse gets hit as hard as he did. Keep an eye on it. Horse right in behind the gray horse. Right here, the second one. The first one, I think he could have got away with. The second one, I think, would be akin to boarding in hockey.
That is just you barging your way out. That's not like herding. That's the doors locked and you break it down.
Yeah.
He is locked up, bottled up, nowhere to go. Mr. JT, Arad Ortiz, striking speed to his outside, barges his way out, sees daylight. Look at the crop. Never uncocked. How much the best was Mr. JT. This is simply a matter of what took place around the 16th pole and how he was able to finally find room. He created room when there was none.
He was decidedly best, and he won quite easily. Now it'll be interesting to see how the stewards adjudicate this, and if they decide that, well, it didn't affect the outcome of the race. It is written in the rules that way in New York. I just don't know how you can discern whether it, cost the horse a placing when a horse gets knocked sideways the way Striking Speed was knocked sideways.
Another look here, Richie. What are Arad Ortiz's options in that situation?
Honestly, he had run out of options pretty much. He had a lot of horse underneath him. Sometimes you just have to eat one. And in jockey parlance says you're stuck behind horses by the rules of racing. You can't make room. Again, now it's going to be how the stewards extrapolate whether they think it cost somebody a placing. But by the letter of the law, there's going to be two contacts. The first one I thought actually was okay. You've got to try to make a little room for yourself. That one. This one, not so much. But by that time, he was already up on the gray horse, Quick Flash's heels so much that he was committed. He had no other choice but to continue what he started.
So much to unpack. Acacia, what do you think?
Yeah, we did see those two bumps, as you mentioned, Lafitte. And down here, I was watching the different views of the camera, and you could see actually from the hind view when you see Mr. JT start to angle out, and he ends up hip checking the number 9 Striking Speed at that point. It seemed that both horses kind of lost their hind end a little bit. And as you touched on, Irad Ortiz never uncocked his crop. He was only in a hand ride angling his horse out. And as that first contact took place, it looked to me like it kind of caused a second chain reaction. And when horses lose their hind end out from underneath them, from behind them, that's where they push off from, and that's where the power comes from. And it seemed that Mr. JT lost his a little bit, causing Striking Speed in particular to really have to check back and steady. But I guess also, too, with Mr. Phil being second, Rob Atras just told me he's never had an inquiry go his way when he's in second. So we'll see if the odds change for him in his favor today, Lafitte.
Will that trend continue, or is he luckier on this afternoon? Rob Atras, in complicating matters, yes, Richie, is how easily Mr. JT won the race.
Now, I find it interesting. From what we can see, as far as our knowledge, it's only a steward's inquiry. Lane Luzzie on Striking Speed did not claim foul, and I wouldn't either in this situation.
Does he need to? How significant is that if they've already put up the inquiry sign?
I think it is significant. Okay. I think it reinforces what the stewards already, and I wouldn't have either in this situation because I didn't hit the board. I'm not going to help my connections by claiming foul. By the letter of the law, once again, this is an infraction. The stewards now have to make a determination if they feel like it costs the horse that was bothered, Striking Speed, a placing. Looking at this, it doesn't appear so, but you really cannot quantify how much that contact took out of him.
Do you remember the race that Arad Ortiz, there he is, star jockey, right in the thick of it again. Do you remember the race he was disqualified for at Saratoga? And it's all moot because there is no change. No change. 7-4-5-8. Mr. JT in the third, Belmont at the Big A. What I was about to say was that it reminded me of the incident he was taken down for on grass at Saratoga. But we'll continue this conversation. We have to step aside. 7-4, 5-8, Mr. JT in the third. Belmont at the Big A.
This has always been my dream, to ride great horses like Life is Good. He rode like a rocket from the gate. His acceleration, pure speed whenever I ask him. That explosive kick to the finish. Man, Life is Good.
Adelphi Racing Club, offering a truly personal thoroughbred ownership experience.
You'll have a lot of fun and excitement, and you'll meet some great people. All the folks I've met so far at Adelphi have just been super, and I've picked up some new friendships along the way.
We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors, we are partners. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference.
Some tension, some drama in that third race as we welcome you back to America's Day at the Races. Aqueduct Racetrack, South Ozone Park, New York. Coverage is always brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm, 100 years in the usual, unusually well. Another look, top of the stretch. Mr. JT is all dressed up and nowhere to go until Irad Ortiz creates room for him to operate, finds daylight, and wins going away.
Yeah, I mean, he just had two armfuls of horse. This first contact, okay. The second one, Keisha made a good point. Horse got a little off balance from that first contact, and then he drew off easily as much the best. You know, I would love to get a clear description from the stewards to their thought process. Obviously, this horse was best. You don't want to, you know, penalize the betting public and the connections. And striking speed did run up the track and off the board, and Lane Luzzy didn't claim foul, and I wouldn't have either in that situation. You finish up the track. What are you going to gain for your owner and trainer, and that's who you work for, that's who you're responsible for, by claiming foul? You're going to be 6th instead of 7th. It makes no sense, and it's a good way to also lock yourself out of other barns because they get mad at you for claiming foul on their horses and make bad relationships in the jockey's room. The question that comes into play here, and I don't blame Irad for this. I mean, it was a bit much. He was doing what he had to do to win with a horse that was much the best. The stewarding, to me, is the issue, and consistency. We've seen less come down. We've seen worse come down. You don't really know 100% day-to-day what distinguishes one foul from another. In
terms of how you were taught during the course of your riding career, whether you were involved or you were back in the room just watching that, would you have assumed just upon seeing that infraction, that would have warranted a disqualification.
Well, when I started riding in the 80s, that wouldn't have blinked for more than a minute and been disqualified. That would have been an instant disqualification. Into the 90s, this is more recently where it feels like it's just a little bit, all over the map, and you're not quite sure from one day to the next what exactly constitutes a foul. I think that because the way the rule is written, it leaves it open to a lot more interpretation. I think that really it should go back to a foul is a foul. Now, a lot of people say, too, well, there shouldn't be disqualifications because it hurts the betting public. Give the rider days, but don't. But riders, actually, it's a bigger deterrent to get disqualified because the next morning you've got to go see that trainer. You've got to talk to that owner. You've got to talk to that groom, that exercise rider. Everybody's upset with the rider when they get disqualified. That's a bigger deterrent than getting 3-day suspension or a fine because you lose business. And ultimately, you don't want those people mad. Bruce Levine will be happy now because, hey, my horse won. He did what he had to do to win. And I don't blame Irad because that's the culture now that we live in.
But you can see that side of the argument of wanting to protect the wagering public when it was clear that Mr. JT was much the best, but it did seem rather flagrant.
100%. Understand the position from the betting public, and now having had the opportunity to be somebody that wagers a bit, and I totally understand and the frustration involved when you've picked the right horse and they wore best and they get disqualified. It will create a safer environment for the horses and the riders if a foul's a foul and horses are disqualified. So as much as I understand the frustration, if it creates a safer environment for horses and riders, I'll lean that way.
And for Rob Atras, maybe
kept his record
maybe next time. Yeah, that trend, unfortunately for him, does continue. A third race in the books, Belmont at the Big A, race number 4 in about 16 minutes. $40,000 maiden claimers. They've never won. They're all for sale. A mile. Good race in Bolt de Plata. The 3-2 favorite here coming up. That's next. This 4th race, Belmont at the Big A on this Sunday afternoon. Great to have you with us on Fox Sports 2. The 4th, we'll have horses in the paddock, riders up, post-parade Acacia's Paddock Report. That's next.
Catholic Boy, a Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, including this romp in the Run Happy Travers Stakes.
He's so impressive today, the others didn't even have a prayer.
This 6-time graded stakes winner was the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs. Now his first runners are hitting the track. Dual surface Grade 1 winner Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Park.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with NYRA Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with NYRA Bets.
Maximum Security proves he's the real deal with a gate-to-wire win in the Florida Derby.
Champion 3-year-old.
Maximum Security has won the TVG.com Haskell Invitational.
11 triple-digit buyers.
Maximum Security. He smoked them in the Cigar Mile.
Grade 1 winning 4-year-old.
Maximum Security takes them all the way in the TVG Pacific Classic.
Maximum Security.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Many of the successes of Three Chimneys has, been done through partnerships, which is something that we've really embraced. But our most notable and significant partnership would be that of Gun Runner. He won his first 2 races, started at Churchill Downs, and then went on and took several of the Derby prep races. He took the Risen Star, the Louisiana Derby, and ran 3rd in the Kentucky Derby. He won the Grade 1 Clark as a 3-year-old, and then his 4-year-old campaign was absolutely brilliant. He won 4 Grade 1s that year, including the Stephen Foster, the Whitney, the Woodward, topped it off with the Breeders' Cup Classic win. And the next year, before retiring stud, he captured the Pegasus World Cup.
Watching Gunrunner in the Whitney win the race, and towards the very end of it, we all found out that he had a shoe in his tail dangling behind him while he was winning this race. It really goes to show you that he looks past the problems and goes for the finish line.
It's been quite amazing what Gunrunner's accomplished so far as a stallion. To come out with this 2-year-old crop, you have a champion 2-year-old filly who won the Breeders' Cup. You also have Goodnight, who was a Grade 1 winner at 2 in the Hopeful. And then the next year, they just keep coming out running, and it's, you know, different horses. You have an Arkansas Derby winner, you have a Preakness winner, a Pennsylvania Derby winner with Cyberknife and Early Voting, Taba, even a Cotillion Stakes winner with Society, and to have 6 first crop Grade 1 winners is very significant. And in the 2022 Haskell, Gunrunner finished 1-2 in that race with Cyberknife and Taba, so it's very exciting.
He's got this wonderful, he knows how special he is attitude about it, and it really kind of makes us feel like we're real special too, so that helps the morale of the group.
3 Chimneys being a part of Gunrunner's race career, and then getting him to see him come here, stand as a stallion, and experience the success that he's had. It's really come full circle.
It feels very prestigious to be able to say that we manage Gunrunner.
A special thoroughbred Gunrunner. Welcome back. America's Day at the Races. Gorgeous fall afternoon here in New York City. Aqueduct Racetrack. Sire of Braggadocious. Looks nothing like Gunrunner. Braggadocious. You think back to Gunrunner running 3rd in the Kentucky Derby behind Nyquist and Exaggerator. He ran 2nd in the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, and all along Steve Asmussen was saying, just wait. Just wait and see what he is, how much he improves as he gets older.
And boy, did he deliver. I mean, you talk about having an insight into what a horse is going to develop into, and what he developed the horse into, right? And yeah, definitely Braggadocious taking his color, his pigment from the female side of the family, right? It's always interesting to me how these genetics work and how they show up differently in different horses.
Gunrunner, Braggadocious, who is 5-1. Probably not as quick as Gunrunner. Acacia doesn't look like him, but what do you make of his chances in this 4th race, Braggadocious?
Yeah, he looks absolutely nothing like his sire, but I have seen a variety of appearances for the Gunrunner offspring, and they all can run, which is pretty incredible. You look at Society, who kind of is a very light coloring and has that flaxen tail, and just another one that looks absolutely nothing like Gunrunner, but a good runner. Braggadocious, we haven't seen much from as of yet. It was Ease last time out, but just was facing significantly tougher than what he's going to find today. And I'm just hoping that with how good the Mark Hennig barn is going right now, we will just see him finding the right spot today. He is a big, solid type of horse. He looks like one that just kind of has that even running style, the dun dun dun dun, and wants to kind of run forever. If he can run back to that debut race where he had an 80 Beyer speed figure at Keeneland, he's the one to beat in here. The question is, does he still have it in him? The blinkers come off, and he has perked up a bit more since they put the tack on, and I'm just hoping the class relief will help him to turn things around. Arguably, though, the horse to beat is the 2 Bolt de Plata. This is his first scheduled main track race, but he ran very well last time out. Again, on that September 28th track where he was actually coming from off of it and ran on a bit. He looks terrific here. I think the miles suits him perfectly. Fine with him on the main track. His coat looks great. He's incredibly well muscled. As far as the number 1 Timo does go, he's taking some attention, and he was close behind Bolt de Plata last time out, but he was more forward behind strapped. I'll watch him warming up, but I'm still not convinced, Lafitte, that dirt is really his preferred surface.
That's a significant question here for this 4th race in this $40,000 maiden claimer post parade. You just saw Timo and then a Bolt de Plata, who is, yes, steadily improving.
Yes, and, you know, you want a horse that's going in the right direction, particularly with maidens, right? They're constantly changing.
Even money, Bolt de Plata, Duke of Gloucester, 15-race maiden.
He's had a lot of opportunities. Last couple efforts were good enough to put him in the frame here, though.
Collect from Ike, ambitiously placed at Saratoga.
Yes, and now he gets to the dirt, stretching out to the mile. A lot of changes.
Fire Baron, 18-race maiden.
Big price here. Lane Luzzy aboard.
Wonder what Baron did. The elusive Trong showed more speed in his second start.
He did, and this was a horse that had a nightmarish journey on the turf. Came back with that dirt effort. Maybe he was more turf meant.
Braggadocious, Katie Davis rides for the first time, followed by Assertive Attitude. He was bet. He has been bet in his first 2 starts.
Yeah, stretches out. Maybe he just gets into a nicer rhythm instead of sprinting where he has to dig in hard from the start.
And 6 Will Be Rich, claimed from Tom Morley by Mel Giddings. Giddings seeking a second win this afternoon.
With Junior Alvarado aboard and another horse that has races that are decent enough to at least put him in the frame.
All right, so that's the field. Love that shot. 7 minutes out to this 4th race, Belmont at the Big A. But first wanted to circle back to what we saw in race number 3 with Mr. JT and the incident in the stretch that the stewards did not make a change. We wanted to circle back to something that took place at Saratoga. This was the race Herrad Ortiz was disqualified for on Eyes on Target, where he had no room to operate, bottled up inside. There wasn't as much contact. Dylan Davis did have to snatch up his horse to avoid clipping heels. Ortiz found daylight, went on to win, but on that occasion, the decision was made to disqualify him.
This was far less egregious than the incident we just saw. And the horse that was bothered this day, Tartini, finished 8th. So how do you discern that which wasn't, I really question it, that it warranted a disqualification. It was
Give me
tight.
the similarities and the differences between the 2 incidents.
But less contact here.
Yes.
The difference being Dylan didn't have buffer room, right? Room to work with. He had a horse outside of him, but he was able to extricate himself from that position actually kind of well, right? If that comes down, how does the one in the last race not come down? If that doesn't come down, I can justify the last race staying put as well. I don't see the consistency in those rulings, particularly because you can't make a case that it cost Tartini a placing that day. Just like I'm sure you couldn't. I mean, we're going to take a look at what happened again today.
Here's what just happened moments ago.
And the contact here is much more egregious than it was. The difference being that Lane Luzzy on the outside doesn't have a horse putting a block on him on the outside, right? But the contact is much more significant, especially the second one. So again, I mean, I really, it's hard for me to understand how one comes down and one doesn't.
I'll say this, that the horse that Dylan Davis was riding in the Saratoga incident, of which there was a disqualification, if he doesn't snatch up, there's a chance he clips heels and goes down.
Right, but if you look at the comparison of the 2 incidents, the one that got disqualified in Saratoga was far less egregious in the movement that Irad made than the one today.
Are they similar enough to where you would say, all right, either you take both of them down or you leave both of them up?
I think absolutely. If you took the one in Saratoga down, this one has to come down. If you left the one alone in Saratoga, it's easier to justify this one not coming down. It's the consistency or lack thereof that is the issue.
And by the way, that race took place about 48 hours before the Jim Dandy and Forte. And bowling and that there was no change. And now 2 days later.
Again, you would just like to know on a daily basis where the line is. And frankly, it makes it a more dangerous scenario for riders. The more gray area, the more dangerous a dangerous job becomes, because you're not quite sure where that other rider will go or how much you have to protect yourself. If you know this is it, black and white, we know exactly where the line is, then you can be confident in where you are in your position. The more that you've got to second guess that and drive defensively, the more dangerous it becomes for the riders. If I was a rider right now, I'd have a really hard time with the stewards.
Acacia, hopefully smoother sailing for this upcoming 4th race.
Yes, that we will hope for, and that's what we are always looking for. So we'll take a look at a couple of horses that have some things to prove, starting with Collect from Ike, who, if he runs back to his debut race, he certainly could be one who has a little bit of dirt for him. Now, his longer races have been better on the turf. Looking at him from a physical perspective, though, physically, he does not strike me as the type of horse that actually wants to go longer. He's a handier, smaller type of build, looks a little bit more like a horse that wants to go shorter. And I am a bit concerned that Linda Rice and Brad Cox couldn't get this horse to show much. He has run some quicker races. Maybe he'll just find himself in the right spot, the right combination today. But just from my perspective, like I said, physically doesn't actually strike me, which I was a little bit surprised by, that he's a horse that wants to go longer. The opposite is true, though, with the assertive attitude. Physically, he looks like a horse that will appreciate longer. And looking at my notes from him last time out, he was not fit off the layoff. He came back as a new gelding, but still was very green in the preliminaries. He was high-headed early, just not traveling well. I don't know if he has any run in him left, but they waited a long time to bring him back to the races, and he's a generous price in here. And like I said, I don't know if he's going to show it, but physically and mentally, I'm seeing such a big change for the better versus what I saw from him last time. He should be forward. I think he'll like more ground. He was way more professional, and he was way more fit second off that big layoff, Lafitte.
That's what we, you know, the information that Acacia provides, that Maggie provides, and something I know for, it's all terrific stuff. But specifically when there's a difference noticed in terms of demeanor or just you know, whether appearance, whatever the case may be, assertive attitude, and then so often that yields a different result than you might be expecting or from what we just saw.
Invaluable information. You know, you get a horse that looks good on paper, and then you get that information to combine. Now you've got a more complete picture.
And Jonathan, you're trying to smoke out a long shot here. Assertive attitude, 14-1.
Yeah, I just thought this horse was interesting. I like to hear, what Acacia had to say. This is a horse that, on debut, took some money and ran pretty well in a maiden special weight race last November at Aqueduct. Then had a lot of time off, came back, didn't run particularly well, but did take money that day, which I do think is interesting. I like to kind of follow the money. The public is right 33% of the time, which, you know, it's if you were batting 33% of the time, you'd be in the Hall of Fame. So I think that when you have a horse who takes money consistently, I think it's always there's always the possibility that a trainer can figure something out as to why the horse is not running as well as was expected. And at a big price at 16-1, where the favorite in here I don't trust, who's been running for maiden 40 3 times in a row and hasn't been able to get the job done. Give me a horse who's got some upside. To me, that's the 8, assertive attitude.
Handicappers in New York, as sharp as they are, it's amazing how, yeah, you even though the horse may not have performed at a level of expectation, but you keep coming back to that money, that wagering, the money that he did take in those first couple of starts.
Yeah, absolutely. That means he tipped his hand in his morning training. He was good in practice. And I do like to stretch out for him, too. I do think he has a pedigree. And sometimes when horses can just get into a good rhythm instead of having to be rushed off their feet like they do sometimes have to be in sprints, and you get Jose Lezcano staying put, I like Jonathan's take on it.
You heard what Acacia had to say as well. I don't have enough time to do my Allen Iverson practice thing. Collect from Ike steps forward. Let's see what assertive attitude does today. Betting those first couple of starts, ignored this afternoon, 14-1, coaxed forward. And we're about ready for a start. The 4th race, Belmont at the Big A. Johnny I standing by.
Will be Rich. set for the start of race 4. And they're off. Bit of a bobbling start for number 7, Braggadocious. From the outside, it is 6 Will Be Rich as Duke of Gloucester now moves up to challenge. An Assertive Attitude is a close-up third. Collect from Ike is advancing from 4th now with Bolt de Plata, the favorite, in 5th position, about 4 lengths from the lead. Fire Baron is next in 6th, and Braggadocious, the gray, on the outside. Timo is down at the rail, and farther back is the elusive Dr. Wong, who trails the field in 9th. The leader is Duke of Gloucester in front here by 2 lengths now. Collect from Ike, second by a head. 6 Will Be Riches on the outside in 3rd. First quarter, 23-3. As Duke of Gloucester continues to show the way here as they head for the half-mile pole. Duke of Gloucester opens up by 3. Collect from Ike. 6 Will Be Rich, Assertive Attitude, and Braggadocious. Those 4 are all together. Bolt de Plata is down at the rail. Fire Baron's right alongside. The half 47-2. The elusive Dr. Wong begins to gain some ground from the back of the pack. And then it is Timo. As the field heads for the head of the stretch, it is Duke of Gloucester by 2.5 lengths. 6 Will Be Rich. Collect from Ike. They're right together, 2nd and 3rd. Bolt de Plata now moves to the outside for the stretch run. It's Duke of Gloucester with the lead here. Bolt de Plata on the outside of 6 Will Be Rich. It is Duke of Gloucester with a 4-length lead. Bolt de Plata has now moved into 2nd. Duke of Gloucester looking to go wire to wire, and Duke of Gloucester has done it by 2 lengths at the end. Bolt de Plata was 2nd, and Braggadocious got 3rd.
Duke of Gloucester at 10-1. Can you say something about Trevor McCarthy getting that first win and then finding some rhythm?
Yeah, listen, he went through a tough patch. He got a win the other day, and sometimes it just takes one win to kind of reset and get things going forward. Gets another win here on a good price in Duke of Gloucester, a horse he rode for the first time last time. Sometimes as a rider, you pick up on something when you get to ride a horse one time. And this time he was more aggressive. He put this horse right up in the game, and he just kept finding, stretching out to the mile is probably much easier to get that forward position. And Bolt de Plata came with a late run, but could not get to Duke of Gloucester under a hustling Trevor McCarthy.
Left the quarter pole with a head full of steam. Trevor McCarthy asked the question. He has the right answer. 10-1 shots win all the time. Maybe it's a blanket finish. Maybe you think it's something fluky. There was nothing fluky about that performance and how easily he handled that field. A strong runner-up effort from the favorite, as you mentioned, Bolt de Plata getting involved late.
Yeah, but you see, I think that's the way to ride a horse that's in front. Don't wait for them to get to you. Put some cushion. Try to put the race away by the 8th pole, especially in dirt racing. Turf racing's different. Horses finish. Dirt racing is run who's slowing down the least, not who's accelerating the most.
Bust the race wide open.
Bust it open.
Given the opportunity.
100%. I don't like when riders are on the lead and they wait until horses are right on top of them to ask. The other horse has momentum, and if another horse's strength is their closing kick, don't make it a test of who can quicken. Make it a test of stamina. Open up.
He had been sprinting, stretching out to a mile. We're talking about a 15-race maiden, and it took him a while, but he puts it all together. Big smile, Trevor McCarthy. Back to the winner's circle. Trainer Wayne Potts. Final Turn Racing Stable LLC. Duke of Gloucester in an upset. 3-2-7-9, race 4 from Aqueduct.
Cyberknife was a very talented horse from day one. Fast horse, able to carry it around 2 turns. Looks a tremendous amount like Gunrunner, same ability and talent. Holds the track record in the Haskell. He won it in impressive fashion, beating a very good group of horses.
His name is Cyberknife!
Excited about him passing on his durability, his soundness, and his talent. He could definitely be a breed-shaping stallion.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With TwinSpires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, Or just choose a name that catches your eye.
Yes!
No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. Start earning your $200 sign-up bonus when you sign up with offer code GET200.
Like, before you drop me off at the airport, can we swing by, Richie, the Rick's Magazine's Tokyo Meet car show right next door? Go check it out.
Wow, it looks pretty cool, actually, huh? I'm not like a car guy per se, like as long as I can get where I need to go. But I think it's really neat when you see these all kind of unique and vintage cars, and certainly the puppies. I'm always into puppies, the dogs.
Thought you were like a precision street racer. That's the word on the street. Keg stands and street racing. Richard Migliore, staying busy. Trevor McCarthy staying busy. Yeah, that long, it was a struggle. He got that first win a couple of days ago. Now back in the winner's circle, Duke of Gloucester in an upset. McCarthy with Acacia in the winner's circle.
And he takes them gate to wire, Lafitte. As Trevor, you put this horse, Duke of Gloucester, right on the front end and it just opened up. I mean, how important was that for him to just be able to run away from this field?
Yeah, look, first time I ever sat on him, I worked him in the morning and I absolutely loved him. And really, I thought he was going to be the horse to get me off the duck here at the meet. He ran a really good third that day last time out. And I just told Wayne, maybe stretch him out, and the race kind of came up. And I didn't think he would really jump out of there like he did. He was just doing so good, and he loves to run in the bridle, and the whole way down the backside, I was just really cranked on him, and he loved it, and around the turn, he just seemed to open up again, and by the 5/16, I said, you know what, let's go, let him come get us, and he really just gave me another gear each pole, and just all credit to the barn.
Yeah, physically, he looks like a horse that actually would appreciate a little bit more ground, and he seemed to really relish it. And knowing a horse, having sat on him before, worked him, or in a race, how much of a difference does that make?
Yeah, you get to know the horse, you get to kind of know his quirks, but with him, he's just really straightforward. He's aggressive in the morning with his works, but a good aggressive. Same thing here in the afternoon, just likes to kind of run in that bridle and be in that bit every step of the way. And, the whole way around there, I just kept kind of cranking on him, never dropped his head, just kind of let him keep fighting me. And, like I said, Wayne's done a great job with this horse, so, I'm just a pilot.
And you got a win on him today, like you said, got off the duck the other day. And how important is that for a rider mentally, being able to kind of kick on from there? And that's exactly what you've done, and it's all about confidence and riding in that right groove.
Absolutely, a lot of confidence, and, getting on the right horse is just a big key too. And Wayne was here a couple winters back. Last winter I didn't ride, and 2 winters ago we were second leading rider here at the meet, and me and Wayne teamed up to have 5 winters over the winter time. So we're getting the ball back rolling, and getting the barn rolling, getting me rolling, so we're off to a good start.
We love to see it. Here's to many more.
Thanks, Acacia.
Trevor McCarthy taking them every step of the way. Lafitte, as the music is picking up on that car show. Sounds like a rave over there. The paddock is going to be jumping soon.
I'm trying to twist Richie's arm, man. Are we going or what?
We'll go on my break. Come on, I'll take you over there. Let's go.
Trevor McCarthy, I know that's music to your ears when he says at one point, like, you know what, forget, like, we're going.
Open up. Don't allow them to get on top of you. And listen, you know, when you are in a slump and things aren't going your way, it's easy to get kind of negative and down on yourself and down on everything. And I'm a firm believer that horses feed on energy. When it's negative, they're going to react negatively. When it's positive, they're going to react positively. Why do you see so many apprentice jockeys win on huge price horses? Because they're so excited and so happy to have that opportunity and just be out there that they give the horse every opportunity, and that horse says, hey, all of a sudden, I feel good about this. I can win. A horse, they feel what you're thinking, and you have to go out believing, create scenarios in your mind how you're going to win.
I've talked to my father about this, and with athletes that are trying to compete without confidence. A guy in an over 32 slump in baseball is going up there thinking, like, I just don't want to strike out. Or a quarterback struggling, God, I just don't want to throw another interception. For a rider going out there thinking that you start riding not to lose, and how before you get a leg up, you're defeated.
Well, and listen, to be a top rider, to be a great rider, you've got to put yourself in positions at times to maybe not look good, do something a little unorthodox, do something outside the box. If you ride safe or you ride in a certain framework, yeah, you're going to be a proficient rider, but you're not going to attain greatness. You've got to hang it out there sometimes.
Trevor McCarthy back to the winner's circle. Another rider with a lot of confidence, Jose Ortiz. He'll be teaming up with Linda Rice in the upcoming 5th race here. Belmont at the Big A. Off the turf on the main track, hence all the defections. And yes, she caught my eye. Who is the favorite at 2-1? 19 minutes out. Jose Ortiz to ride. Linda Rice. Formidable team as always, and for Rice, the beat goes on. Going to be an exciting closing week, Belmont at the Big A, before the Aqueduct Fall meet, nipping at the heels of the leader in the trainer standings. She has racked up 5 straight New York Racing Association titles, including that Saratoga training title in a tie with Chad Brown. That story's next.
And it's Gunite trying to fend off Elite Power, who's motoring like a big chestnut tank on the outside. And Elite Power and Gunite, Elite Power got him right on the money in 109.22 seconds.
Early, the classic sire.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you.
Catching Society. Cybernite has won the National over Taba and Ghana in the Forgo. Echo Zulu wins the nation's Breeders' Cup Jubilee.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
When I go to the barn in the morning and train horses that I'm excited about running, that's what drives me. Winning races, whether it be a claiming race or a stakes race or a grade 1 at Saratoga, it's so much more fun than losing. Okay, guys, Jose, I'm ready for the first one. Go ahead. We're going from the half out 5/8. My father He was a hard worker, and he was very ambitious, instilled a strong work ethic in my 3 brothers and myself, and he had a love for the horses his whole life, and he instilled that in us as well.
It's Double Booked in front.
My first good horse was a horse named Double Booked, a grass horse, when I started training at Monmouth Park, an affiliate of my father's named Ready Jet Go. But I would say that City Zip was a very good 2-year-old. I brought him here. He won all 3 2-year-old stakes here.
It's City Zip in front of the 16th. City Zip by 3.
He would be the horse that really helped move me along the path that I am on now. I like to claim a lot of young horses with lightly raised horses that I think have both potential on their pedigree side and, of course, conformation. So that's been a big asset to my claiming, which has been probably in the last 5 years I've been doing more of.
Voodoo Song digs in. Is he going to do it? He is! Voodoo Song won the 4-star Dave!
New York racing is, frankly, it's my home. I've been here for quite a few years. I have gone from a young trainer that was struggling to climb the ladder to being a mainstay in New York. And I think by not diluting my business at different venues, I think it's been helpful for me to be successful right here in New York. I'm all about New York racing. My father always said, well, he didn't want to die in the harness. And I think about that sometimes, but I don't know what my day would be like if I didn't have horses to train or to be around or to be excited about. Linda Rice. I'd like them to say she was one hell of a horse trainer, and she earned it.
One hell of a horse trainer, and the dividends. Richie with 5 consecutive New York Racing Association training titles, the only female trainer to ever have captured an Alan Jerkins training title at Saratoga, and she's done it now twice.
Yeah, and when you can string together meet titles like this, it's not by accident. It's not a fluke. It's because of the hard work, and she did earn it.
And equaling Chad Brown in the last race, winning a couple of days closing day at Saratoga in the drama that unfolded for that chase for a Alan Jerkins training title.
You know, the training title appeared over. You know, it's one thing for a rider to make up 5 wins. It's a whole nother level when a trainer's able to make up 5 wins. And I mean, it was as exciting a training race as we're ever going to have, and finished in a dead heat. Probably a title that didn't deserve a loser, and between
there
two
was
it did.
Sure.
So.
And you can see Linda Rice, yeah, she's back there with She Caught My Eye. Acacia, who draws in, well, entered main track only, I should say, off the turf of the main track. She Caught My Eye, who is the favorite at 9-5. What are you seeing in the paddock?
Well, this is a horse, Lafitte, who is cutting back in distance after a 1.25 mile try last time out. Sorry, I'm attached to the wall here because my iPad is dying. But as far as She Caught My Eye is concerned, this is a horse that, from a physical perspective, has not really lived up to her name too much. She's one that doesn't carry a ton of condition usually. She's gotten herself pretty hot here in the paddock today. Sometimes when I've written down in my notes in the past, she seems to refuse to run through kickback. So I think that she really has turned things around when they put her back on the front end and put her on the lead when she won at Belmont in June a few races back. Sometimes she has the tendency to not switch her leads as well. She can be a little bit of a quirky type, doesn't carry a ton of condition. So while physically, I'm never really going to warm to her as much. I certainly respect that I have no doubts about her getting the distance, which is a question with the 2 other main track only runners. And she is turning back from a distance that I think is just a bit too far for her. And she has that forward-placed running style where she can put herself up into the game. Not to mention, I feel like we always talk about it with Linda Rice in particular, that she has been very, very sharp with entering horses main track only. With the amount of rain that we've had, the amount of races that have come off the turf, to be able to think ahead, manage your horses well, spot them properly, and run them in a spot where it could potentially come off like it has here, it has paid dividends for the barn as we've seen her racking up those training titles. Taking a look at the other two main track only runners, though, my first time seeing the number 12 Lieben, who is making her first start on the NYRA circuit after back-to-back races down in South Florida. I know that she won by 2.5 lengths last time out, but she went right out to the lead, and then Edward Zayas really had to work on her that day, and she was a little bit awkward switching leads, still a little bit green. Sometimes you wonder how those figures from South Florida will stack up coming up here to New York. Will she be able to repeat those types of figures? So some questions to answer. She sold as a 2-year-old last year at the last Gulfstream sale at Fasig-Tipton, where she worked 10-1 and just made it look easy. And it took her a little bit of time to get to the races, debuting in May of her 3-year-old season. So she's got some leg to her. She should be able to handle a mile. I just wonder how she's going to stack up facing winners for the first time and facing some horses with some more seasoning. As far as the 2B Thought Experiment, she just broke her maiden winning first time out. And while she got the win that day, and I know the third place finisher, Party at Grants, did come back to win with a 67 Beyer speed figure, she just got the bob over Risk Free. And as much as we love Risk Free, and she always shows up, she is over 19. So that's not always the most encouraging. But that being said, she got the win. She did what she had to do first time out. And I'm seeing her in the flesh for the first time as she'll stretch out coming in. She's gotten herself pretty warm in the paddock. I'm not familiar with her. I don't know if that's typical. Like I said, it's a much warmer day today than it has been previously, but she's been kind of bobbing her head, and I'll keep an eye on her because you do like to see them kind of conserve that energy as they try to navigate some more distance for the first time, Lafitte.
All right, Acacia, we'll circle back with you and see what you're observing from Thought Experiment after she gets a rider up the post parade and a warm-up with Manny Franco and those Seth Klarman colors. You saw Chad Brown as well. There he is. And with Manny Franco, the success they've had over the last couple of years, Brown loaded for the Breeders' Cup, 10 or so probable runners in 6 different races. Zandon in the Breeders' Cup Classic, a race he's never won, to be ridden by Frankie Dettori.
The now unretired Frankie Dettori. Who is Flavien Prat riding in the Classic?
That's a good question.
I should know this.
We both should know this. Somebody should know this. This is when we lean on the producers. Arabian Night.
Ah, okay.
Did Acacia something tells me Acacia probably. Jonathan, all over it. JK, appreciate the assist. Arabian Night, Frankie Dettori to ride Zandon. Brown also with Randomize, yet to win a Breeders' Cup Distaff. And in case you're worried about like home court disadvantage, playing on the road, Brown, 16 Breeders' Cup victories, 9 at Santa Anita. 9.
Pretty strong.
10 horses, 6 races. The draw a week from Monday, I believe. And there is Brown's filly Thought Experiment, Seth Klarman, currently 3-1.
Stretching out to the mile for a nice debut, going 6.5 and very well posted on the far outside.
Sister Bridget, the quick Irish filly.
Yeah, from the inside, trying dirt for the first time. All turf pedigree, though.
Lisa's Vision has rattled off 2 straight before that last loss.
Yeah, but also that on the turf, now she's getting onto the dirt, and she does have 1 race on the wet track. Wasn't that good.
A Royal Dame, 3rd in her last pair since moving to Dan Ward's care.
Yeah, but has run some good races and has won on dirt.
Lieben, Arad Ortiz in the saddle for Saffie Joseph.
Yeah, it plays out to be the speed of the speed here. Should be controlling things. Can she get the mile?
Acacia was talking about how green, still kind of an experienced Lieben was, and then she caught my eye to the outside for Linda Rice. Rice 2 wins shy of Chad Brown in the trainer standings. Belmont at the Big A after today, 1 week left of the meet.
Yeah, I think, she has the most experience. She's a 4-time winner, and I think her main rivals are 2 horses that are very lightly raced in Thought Experiment and Lieben.
The field for this upcoming 5th race. Belmont at the Big A, first leg of the late pick 5. Of course, you can always get involved. Sign up. NYRA Bets, $25 free bet, $200 deposit match. Just in time for the Breeders' Cup World Championships. Use promo code CUP25 to experience the excitement of the Breeders' Cup and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime. Sign up at NYRABets.com for your free $25 bet and $200 deposit match. Late pick 5. Race 5 off the turf for the main track, hence all the defections. You're looking at Thought Experiment. Let's take a look at her debut. Mid-September, right here. She's 6-1, Richie, and you gotta love how she guts this one out, Thought Experiment.
Yeah, listen, this was a very game effort, right? She's winding up in between horses now. This is Risk-Free running up on her outside, too, though. And you know, Risk-Free has kind of made a career of being second. She actually came out of this and ran second in the Floral Park. She's still a maiden. Risk-Free looks like she's on her way to victory, but Thought Experiment had other ideas and fought back. I liked her determination, but she did beat a filly that has kind of shown an allergy to winning.
Allergy to winning, that's not a good thing for a racehorse to have.
No.
Typically. Thought Experiment at 3-1. JK, again, thank you for the assist. And who do you like in this first leg of the late pick 5?
You know, I panicked after I said it. I screamed it into the mic to our producer. I said Flavian Pratt, Arabian Night. And then my heart sunk, and I thought, am I right about that? So then I jumped on the internet and started searching, saw some pictures of them together, and I relaxed a little bit. I'm pretty sure that's true. I like the 12 to the outside. So I'm not going to try to pronounce that. It's going to be tricky. This one has a lot of speed. And I think a lot of times in these off-the-turf races, the one thing, and Richie can elaborate on this, that sometimes turf horses or other horses aren't used to is the kickback. On the grass, there's not the kickback that you would get on the dirt. Sometimes that's just the one thing that kind of catches them off guard. They're like, wait a second, I've had this jockey on my back 7 times. I've run around there a bunch of times, but this brown stuff hasn't been hitting me in the face. What is going on here? I think sometimes it can catch them off guard. If you have a horse that's forwardly placed, you don't have to worry about any of that. You don't have to worry about any of those situations, and that's what I think the 12 is. Kind of Stranger Danger has been running at a little bit of shorter distances down in Florida, but shows up here with some tactical speed, drawn towards the outside. I kind of like this horse in here in this spot, and I'm thinking that you might get a little bit better than 5-2. I have a feeling that Chad's horse, the 2B, will take a little bit of money late, and then people can't resist betting Linda's MTOs. The 13 should take some more money too. So that 5-2, I'm hoping, could end up at 3-1 or higher. I like the 12. Libin? Come on, Lafitte, help me out. You owe me one.
I do. Liben, I believe. And that's just because I'm leaning on Acacia in these scenarios. And she went with Liben. I'm going with Liben. But we want to see from Liben is a more professional effort, as she referenced the swapping of leads and just still kind of green and inexperienced.
Yeah, I mean, that's all obviously things to be concerned with. But, man, did I love the way she warmed up. And she completely won me over in the post parade. And I think she's the controlling speed here. And quickly, just getting back to Thought Experiment, who, again, was very game. And you got to love the debut. Risk-Free has run 19 times, 10 seconds, 5/3. And a lot of those seconds were narrow defeats where she loomed up and just more herd bound, wants to run with horses. She's also earned $255,000 without winning a race. So
that'll work.
Kind of a nice owner's horse.
Nice
frustrating jockey horse.
Consolation prize earning $250,000. Acacia, how about an outsider and in number 11, Royal Dame at 14-1?
So I'm going to take a shot with her, as this was actually a horse I saw down at Tampa Bay Downs this winter when she won on the main track. And I know it was a slower race, and it was it definitely has turned out to be a better turf horse. But since I saw her back in March, she has really strengthened a lot since then. She had a big warm-up under Luis Rivera Jr., who's an apprentice rider that I've been impressed by. I think that she has some good dirt races on the go-back, and she's certainly handled the surface. And I think because she's not a main track only, she was in the body of the race, she's kind of being ignored despite the fact that she's run well on the main track too. So you're getting a generous price on her. Like I said, I don't know if she's nearly as good as some of the others, namely the main track onlys in here that are entered for the dirt, and she's found better form on the turf. But I saw a progression with her, and I mean, she's 18-1 now, so going to take a shot with this one. As I had my questions about some of the main track only contenders, but Richie was right about Liben. She was warming up beautifully out on the racetrack, and I am going off Paul Verderosa, who I did Talking Horses with today, for the name pronunciation. So we're for all wrong, it's Paul's fault.
As long as you have somebody to blame, all good. Pass the buck.
Well, if it's wrong, we just ran him over the bus and then backed up and did it again.
Way it goes.
All of us got him.
Wrong place, wrong time. Way it goes.
Oh, that's funny.
Interesting. And Jonathan mentioned with She Caught My Eye and the money that pours in with Linda Rice and the main track only types, now 2-1 number 13, brings me back to a couple of things that I went back and watched the opening day coverage of our Saratoga this past summer. And there was an interview with Javier Castellano, and Maggie asked him, well, what are some of your goals this summer? I want to win a 7th Travers. Bang, he won a 7th Travers with Arcangelo. And then we were discussing last year's leaders and Irad Ortiz for the jockeys, and Chad Brown, another training title, and something Andy brought up, an unknown that you couldn't predict. He says, look at the weather with all of his horses, all of his grass horses, and what kind of an impact that can have if you lose a lot of grass races. Going back to Saratoga, I think I saw we've lost in the New York Racing Association circuit close to 100 grass races. Yeah. That's what the weather has done to grass racing over the last few months. But just thought it was, just saying here's a potential wild card, that he has all these grass horses. If they don't have an opportunity to compete, that could impact the training, the chase for a training title as well. Sure. And as good as Linda Rice is in those situations, always seemingly ready to respond, main track only.
Well, I think that goes back to her organizational skills, like kind of pointing horses to spots in case of, right, having main track onlys and obviously having horses that fit in those situations. The rain has really wreaked havoc on our racing programs since the beginning of Saratoga till present day.
6 or 7 straight weekends here. 3 days did not pass at Saratoga without it raining in some capacity.
Yeah, it goes back, it harkens back. I remember way back when I was an apprentice jockey Lafitte, 1981. It was a 24-day meeting in Saratoga. We had something like 21 off racetracks in a 24-day meeting.
Summer in the Adirondacks, unpredictable. There are wet summers, and then there's what happened this past summer. Hopefully a much different scenario next season. In the meantime here, Belmont at the Big A, the late pick 5, filing into the gate. Final thoughts here, Richie, with Thought Experiment, who is the 8-5 favorite with Manny Franco aboard for Chad Brown.
Well, I'm going with the other lightly raced horse in Liban. I just think she's got tactical speed. You get Irad, and she should be controlling things up front.
There she is, stepping forward. She caught my eye for Linda Rice. Again, Chad Brown. 2-win lead over Rice in the standings here at Belmont at the Big A. Johnny Embrial standing by post time. Time for the late Big 5 at Aqueduct.
There in the gate. And they're off. She Caught My Eye and Liban takes the lead. She Caught My Eye running in second. Thought Experiment is on the outside and in third. Sister Bridget advances down at the rail. Then comes Lisa's Vision, and Royal Dame is the trailer as the 6 of them cross over from the chute to the main track. Liban leads by a half length with Sister Bridget down on the inside and in second, and then it's a length. Back to She Caught My Eye along with Lisa's Vision. Thought Experiments on the outside. Royal Dame is at the back. First quarter in 23-3. So it is Sister Bridget moving up on the inside and right alongside of Liban. And the 2 of them are stride for stride. They've got a length and a half on Lisa's Vision in third. It's another length and a half. Royal Dame has come through down at the rail. She Caught My Eye is in between horses, and Thought Experiment is on the outside. The first half in 47 2/5 seconds, midway on the turn. Liban has the lead now from Sister Bridget. Liban gets away to lead by 2. Lisa's Vision moves into second. Sister Bridget is now back running in third. Then Royal Dame in fourth, followed by She Caught My Eye and Thought Experiment. Into the stretch now. It's a Liban with the lead. And Lisa's Vision is giving chase in second. Liban in front. 2-length lead, now 2.5. Lisa's Vision giving chase in second with a 16th to the finish. It is a Liban and Irad Ortiz Jr., and they've got it wrapped up here. Liban the winner by almost 3 lengths. Lisa's Vision was second. Sister Bridget finished third.
The 12 horse, Richie, the 12 horse in the 5th. Belmont at the Big A. Irad Ortiz, second win on the afternoon, much more professional this time. 2 for 3 now, closing at 5-2. Liban, we went with Liban, and now we have to find somebody to sell out for the pronunciation
well,
or
whether it's
mispronunciation.
Liban or Liban, she got the trip I thought she was going to get. She was forward, controlled the race, was professional, kicked on. The daughter of Laoban gets it done at 5-2, and all that money poured in for the To-Be Thought Experiment, who just was, you could see, was kind of spinning her wheels early from around the far turn. And you have to go back and take a look. Risk-free, a filly that's just shown that she's not keen on getting her picture taken, and that's who she outgained last time. And I think it's important to kind of recognize the competition that horses are facing.
12, 7, 3, 11. Arad Ortiz there goes to the crop. Liban responds. The 7. Lisa's Vision, solid effort towards her outside flank, but Arad just had too much left inside the final 16.
Yeah, when he was able to shake away from the inside filly that with Katie Davis, Sister Bridget, he gave her a really nice breather for about 1/8 of a mile, and you saw her ears come up, and that breather really enabled Liban to have enough left to kick on. So a nice way to ride a front runner there by Irad, and a good effort the third time starting Liban.
And you wonder if she can string a few races together, what she's capable of, because she's shown up and run well in all 3 starts. But after each of her starts, there's been a gap in training or an extended or a layoff in between that effort and her subsequent performance appearance.
Yeah, and it's so important for horses to be able to put races together, right? Have continuity. They grow up mentally. This was a big step forward from her from a mental standpoint. Acacia talked about her greenness last time. But physically, they get to a different level at a fitness level.
Kicking off the late pick 5 with a 5-2 shot. 12, 7, 3, 11. Much more from Aqueduct, Belmont at the Big A. You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2.
The Run Happies are running. The Run Happies are selling. The Run Happies are winning. Eclipse champion Run Happy is showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also showing winners at all distances.
The son of Run Happy, Nutella Fella, has won the hopeful.
One happy mama wins the Iowa sorority. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Just minutes from downtown Saratoga Springs, you'll find GMP Farm, a utopia of healing for equines and humans, offering revolutionary, customized equine care using state-of-the-art imaging and therapeutic technologies for horses of all disciplines. Immerse yourself in tranquility in our sacred spa, offering specialized spa treatments and holistic therapies to refresh and rejuvenate among tranquil mountain views. Start your journey to wellness. Visit gmpfarm.net and sacredspaandwellness.com to schedule a treatment today.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at NairaBets.com today as Libin gets the win here. She was a main track only runner, and I'm pleased to be joined by her rider, Irad Ortiz Jr. And she had the speed. She took some pressure, but she was able to kick away from this field.
She brought really good. She come from 6 furlongs. Great break, clear. So I just sit there, buying my time. I have a horse inside, put a little pressure, but she was doing it easy, so I let her do her thing. She got a huge stride, and just relax until the quarter pole. I start moving the quarter pole, and she got the job done. She's a nice filly. Safi did a great job.
Yeah, she really kind of tipped her hand in the warm-up, too, the way that she covered the ground. It has to feel good when one's moving like that.
It felt great before the race. I mean, she do everything I asked to do. I gallop out away from the pony, and she was moving great. Jogged back to the gate. She relaxed. Going back to the pony, she relaxed. So she was really nice.
And second win for you today, Mr. JT earlier, he was much the best, and we were able to stay up in that. Can you just talk us through what you felt through the running of that race?
I mean, I feel I have a lot of horse. I waiting, buying my time, be as patient as I can be. I think that was a horse tried to hold me a little bit, so I tried to start working my way out. I think the first contact that we have, I was okay, and the second one, my horse react a little bit in the same time. He hit my horse in behind when I came out a little. Hit him in behind, make it look a little worse than what it was, I think. But I think nothing changed the result of the race. That's why they leave the horse on. And that's why they know what they're doing. I have a lot of respect to them, and I'm sure we have movies the next week. So I'm okay. Thank God he win that race for Bruce, and then I have so much shorts, to be honest. I'm just waiting there, buying my time, and try to wait as long as I can.
Well, Irad, really appreciate the insight. Congratulations on the win here, too.
Thank you. Thank you.
Lafitte?
She was much the best, that's for sure, no debate here. As far as the incident that took place, you just heard Irad Ortiz reference movies, Richie. For the uninitiated, what's that all about?
Yeah, anytime there's an incident, it doesn't even have to be, something as egregious as this. Stewards see something, a rider makes a mistake or makes it too tight on other horses, doesn't react well in a situation. They review the films and they speak to the riders and they make a decision whether there needs to be any sanctions, whether it be a fine or a suspension. Listen, the horse was much the best. I don't blame Irad at all. I guess my problem with any of this is the lack of consistency on how these things are adjudicated. And honestly, I don't really have a handle anymore on what warrants a disqualification or doesn't. And I watch races every day.
Right. That's where it gets very tricky and certainly frustrating. As we look at the field for the upcoming 6th race, when you go watch these movies, when you go look at game film, essentially, is it just you and the stewards, or you and the other riders involved in the incident?
Yeah, a lot of times it'll be the other riders in the incident, and sometimes, at least back in my day, they would call the whole room in, every single rider that rides, whether they were in the race or not, to have the movies, and stewards would be very clear on what was expected of riders. And riders as great as Irad, as strong as this jockey colony is, they can ride to those expectations if they know what those expectations are.
How different can your perspective be from what you think happened, what you experienced on the racetrack, and then watching it actually up on a monitor? Are you ever surprised, like, okay, maybe I was wrong?
Oh, absolutely. What you feel in that moment sometimes is completely different than when you watch and you go, okay, I didn't exactly understand that horse was in that position in reference to where my horse was at in that position.
Pleasure as always, Richie.
It's great.
Car show?
Let's go.
We're off to the car show. He'll maybe drop me off at the airport. Thanks so much for joining us on America's Day at the Races. Still have the feature coming up. 4 races left. The Carl Place coming up a little bit later on. Greg Wolf and Sarah El Badwi next.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
Spandarella could not have been more impressive.
The sun shines bright on this value sire.
Fair down 25, fair down 25, fair down. Thank you. Right here, 525,000.
Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
At Keeneland,
horse will always be measured in hands. Hands that see, that sense, that speak. Hands that hold our sport to a higher standard. Not for our sake, but for theirs. For the love of the horse, for generations to come.
Speightstown. Munning. Echo Town.
It's Echo Town for Joe Talamo, and Echo Town raced away.
And Echo Town is drawing away in the stretch. Echo Town wins the Allen Jerkin Stakes.
A sire line so prolific, it repeats itself. Echo Town.
Good to be with you on America's Day at the Races as we continue coverage here on FS2. We're 16 minutes to post in a race that's going to kick off the late pick 4. Unfamiliar territory for us. Sun shining on a weekend here in New York, South Ozone Park, as we get set for the 6 here at Belmont at the Big A. Greg Wolf, Sarah El Badwi. An interesting card coming up. Even though that Carl Place taken off the turf, interesting race. 3 of the 4 runners that remain in that group, they all want to go to the front.
Exactly. There should be some speed going on in that race. We'll have to see who ends up being the speed of the speed. And still a pretty interesting yet compact field. Only 4 horses, but you could make a case for each contender in that off-the-turf Carl Place.
Yeah, tough one to separate. One of the main track onlys, with it now being moved to the dirt, is Super Chow, trained by Jorge Delgado. And this 3-year-old has won half of his 12 starts. So took a look back here to the Jersey Shore last time out when he was forward, wound up second behind Swervin.
And this is a horse that has been very consistent. I mean, he hasn't won since the Hutchinson at Gulfstream Park, but his numbers, at least in terms of buyer speed figures, have been awfully consistent. Now, maybe some concern whether or not he would prefer a sloppy sealed track. Nice for him that the sun is shining today, and we do have a track that is drying out and labeled as fast as his worst performance. Kind of that 75 buyer last time out, but get that dry track today, and we'll see what he does. He should be an awfully short price.
And Matty Olver will have the call on Super Chow. And then to the outside, 90% Matty, the other main track only runner in the race, Arad Ortiz Jr. He has a 2-win day already, controversial 2-win day. And he'll ride for Butch Reed on a horse coming out of back-to-back graded stakes.
This is a horse that's just been facing tough company and didn't run that badly last time out in that Gallant Bob over at Parks. A sloppy sealed track that day for Pennsylvania Derby Day and was able to outrun his 10-to-1 odds. He is another one. He likes to be forwardly placed. He might find himself in that nice outside stalking type of position in here in this compact field.
4-time winner. Getting another crack here. Belmont at the Big A has been in New York once before at this surface, and we'll get it again in this compact field coming up. It's going to be really a rider's race. Interesting to see who presses on with 3 of those 4 all wanting to be forward. Here's a look at what's ahead, presented by Claiborne Farm. Late pick 4, races 6 through 9, including that race we just touched on, our featured Carl Place, coming off the grass. And race 6 approaching, I believe, the 15-minute mark to post here for this 6th race ahead. And 36,000 and growing here in this pick 4. Essentially non-winners of 3 lifetime group here in this $35,000 claiming sprint. Next, you can play all the action, including this late pick 4, by getting signed up and started with Naira Bets. New customers, punch in that code right there, CUP25. Get that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus and that $25 free bet right there at NairaBets.com. All right, so race 6, as mentioned, 6 furlong sprint coming up, and all these fillies in this group, they're just 2-time winners in here. And currently it's, wow, Salib, the 5-2 favorite for Mike Maker.
You're taking quite a bit of money off of that morning line. We did see a couple of scratches out of this race, but is now going from 5-1 down to 5-2. I will say, this is a horse that was a little bit against the track dynamics last time. Tough to make up ground in her last start. She was coming a little bit from off the pace to finish second to a heavy, heavy favorite in Majestic Return. But her dry dirt races, I don't know that I'd really want her at a short price in here.
Well, Manny Franco will be aboard. Meets leading rider Zerat Ortiz Jr. He beat Manny for the first of those 2 wins earlier on. Manny trying to play catch up now a little bit today and get his first win on this Sunday card. On this one, we'll be back.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with NYRA Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with NYRA Bets.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage. It is presented in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. 10 minutes away from the start of this late pick 4 on our Sunday card as we close out our week here at Belmont at the Big A. And that is a look at Diamond Collector, daughter of Blame, Claiborne Stallion. Wayne Potts claimed this one off of Linda Rice last time out. And this one ran a very big effort in a win, and that was earlier this month. So maybe you figure even claiming off of one of the top trainers here on the circuit could just run off of that trainer's training. Let's check in for more with Acacia Clement.
And Greg, we'll start off with the number 1, How's Your Cash Flow, for Rudy Rodriguez, who started off her career with 2 impressive victories while sprinting. She came back last time, tried the mile, and looking at her from a physical perspective, I can understand why they tried it, because she is pretty big. She has some good size to her. She looks like one who would appreciate more distance. However, clearly her sprint races are stronger, and so they'll go back to basics and cut her back in distance. She also adds a shortcut blinker on as well, and it's not unlike Rudy, to change several things at once and kind of wake a horse up like that too. So with the equipment change, the cutback in distance, and the drop in class, she could just find herself in the right spot. The 2 Everly's Girl comes in first off the claim for David Jacobson, and you get to know a trainer's typical equipment. He often brings his horses over without any noseband at all, and this filly comes in wearing a shadow roll, and it checked in with Patrick Davis, our paddock judge, who could see notes from what horses wore previously, and she did wear that equipment in California. So he's going to keep that same equipment on. She looks great coming in here, and he's had a lot of success bringing horses either from claims or from horses of racing age sales to the East Coast from California. The 5 Proudfoot, she looks better than she did in Saratoga. To my eye, she's strengthened up. She's taking a drop in class. She's dappled out from head to toe, and I like the cut back in distance. She just makes a lot of sense for the always potent duo of Linda Rice and Jose Ortiz, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. We're up to the 3-so lead, but just left the screen. Manny Franco for Mike Maker was your favorite, 7-2 right now. Here's the 4 Diamond Collector.
Just as Acacia mentioned, this is a horse that is off the claim for Wayne Potts, leaving Linda Rice.
Proudfoot, Linda Rice, Jose Ortiz, 7-2.
And this is a horse that was on the rail on a day that the rail was dead on September 22nd, so perhaps could do quite a bit better today.
Roja Ligera.
Another one that was on a dead rail last time out. However, she is stepping up in class while Proudfoot is moving down.
And Cupid's Girl, she's got a race that's better than anyone in here, but it came 4 starts ago.
Exactly, and now she is second off of a layup, making that drop in class, and it was also a sloppy sealed track last time out as well, so bettors, like myself, gravitating towards a horse like this who just makes some sense making certain changes.
Now, let's go back to how's your cash flow. Blinkers going on, as Acacia mentioned, post 3 for this 3-year-old filly, and this was the win. Started off her career with back-to-back victories. This was start number 2, first in against winners when she won by 2 lengths here at Aqueduct.
And this is a horse that just makes a lot of sense on that cutback in distance. We know that she is successful sprinting. She did have those 2 back-to-back wins, going the 6 and then 6.5 on debut for a long distance. So you know that she can be forward, isn't a type that needs the lead, and will bring some of that early speed to the table in here, which of course, always dangerous. She's also had a race under her belt as well, going that mile at Delaware before realizing, hey, she just doesn't want to go quite that far. So she should be more fit coming in here, second off the layoff.
No, it was going a mile and it was off a 6-month layoff also too, so you could forgive that performance. Maybe you'd think it'd be a lot tighter for this second start back. Right now, 2-1 favoritism for the Rudy Rodriguez barn. Gets a little weight allowance as well with the apprentice rider.
Yes, absolutely. Luis Rivera Jr. riding very well to start off this meet so far, riding in New York. Has had a couple of wins already.
This one gets the rail. This is Everly's Girl, who produced a pretty big performance relative to what she's run most recently last time out on the West Coast at Del Mar. And here is that performance. Has been twice, though, a vet scratch since this performance.
And this is one that we haven't seen since August, now coming in to the East Coast, and she was facing a state-bred company that day as well. Did earn a 70 Beyer speed figure for that effort. Jacobson, he is a trainer that can have some success here, at least has some horses that have really outrun their odds as of late. Had a winner yesterday with Thunderian, but first off the claim for him, he's 4 for 38 over the past 5 years, 11%, $1.81 ROI. So perhaps one that you might want to take the wait-and-see approach with.
6-1 right now, so off since August 10th. Again, has tried to run a couple of times since that, including a vet scratch earlier this month. Pick 4 starts here. JK, how do you get us started here?
Look, I like the 4 Diamond Collector quite a bit. This is a horse that Linda Rice ran last time for 16. Prior to that, she had run the horse in starter allowance races. So a little bit of a kind of a give-up move, but also maybe kind of one of those things we see from Linda. She's been so prolific in the claiming game where she drops to win, where she'll run a horse that's worth more than 16, but run them for 16, win. Who cares if they get claimed? No big deal. It's all part of the thing, the game of moving horses, transacting, winning purses, getting horses claimed, and moving on to the next one. And I think the Diamond Collector probably worth more than 16, won last time, got claimed for 16, now back in for 35. Even at that starter allowance position, when you drop a horse, if you run a horse, protect starter allowance, and then run them for 35, that's still a little bit of a drop. So technically, in my brain, I'm still looking at Diamond Collector as a slight dropper off of those August 31st and September 22nd performances. You're getting 5-1. You do have to deal with the trainer change a little bit. You do have to probably what some would consider from a percentage standpoint only. Don't want to get in trouble on Twitter. I got in trouble one time before for this. A little bit of a rider downgrade considering percentages, purses. I'm sure Lane's a great guy, I'm just saying. And you got to deal with that. But I think that the 6-1, you can kind of overcome some of that.
So 6-1, yeah, I mean, there's 50,000 starter allowance the last couple of starts, and then Linda Rice dropped this one in for very low 16,000 non-winners at 2 level, was odds on, and as you would expect in that spot, got the job done. Now, with a slight hike up again, can this horse do it again for the new barn?
Yeah, I don't really particularly like this horse, but you're getting a fair price if you do. Now going over to Wayne Potts, who did have a winner earlier on today's card at a similar price. I'm pretty interested in the number 5, who is with Linda Rice currently, and that's the number 5 Proudfoot, who is dropping in class, cutting back in distance from a mile as well. And the rail was dead on September 22nd. She was on the rail as the pace setter that day. So really against the flow of the racetrack. Routes to sprints on dirt and allowance to claiming races. Linda Rice is 5 for 14 over the past 5 years, so 36% with that move with a $2.51 ROI. It's a small sample size, but when she's making these types of changes for her horses, she has a lot of success doing so, and you can really excuse the poor effort last time out.
Yeah, with a couple of big days recently, Proudfoot's pilot, Jose Ortiz, put himself right back in this jockey race here at Belmont at the Big A. He's just entering today. He was 2 back of his brother. Now he's 4 back because Arad has a couple of wins already this afternoon, but Jose Ortiz right in the mix as well.
Absolutely. It's getting much more of a rider's race, as you would say, towards those jockey standings. Manny Franco also keeping himself in that conversation, and time running out to see who ends up on top.
So 6-1. Jose's mount here on Proudfoot to cut back in distance, and this one taking that drop that the horse who had been with Linda Rice, Diamond Collector, took last time out to win, basically, coming out of those same type of races. We'll see how this one can fare. 15 of 23 starts actually has hit the board, but just with those 2 victories. Surprised, though, to see all this money to house your cash flow?
No, I mean, you're looking at a horse that's so lightly raced and is undefeated sprinting. You can make the excuse for this one coming off that layoff last time, now just cutting back in distance as well. If this is a horse that you were dealing with prior to that layoff, you know that she can sit off the pace. She is certainly capable at the distance, and she has plenty of built-in excuses for a poor performance last time. So it's not overly surprising to see that bettors are relying very heavily on a horse that they might feel very confident in being able to be successful today, given the conditions.
That was a short price.
Yeah, not for me, but
No, I did not expect to see 3-2 on How's Your Cash Flow. Second off a 6-month layoff, is undefeated sprinting, but this is going to be a tougher test for sure. We'll see if she's up to the task with the blinkers coming on. Slight pause coming up as we switch over to FS1. Welcome to those joining us on FS1. You're watching America's Day at the Races. That's our feature later today, the Carle Place. Just a few miles outside of Belmont Park, only about 17 miles away from Aqueduct as well, out of Nassau County. Greg Wolf, Sarah El Badwi, as we get set for this Pick 4 coming up on our Sunday card. Off the turf today in that Carle Place. We talked about it for our previous audience. 4 runners remain. 3 of those 4, they all want to go in the front.
It's going to be a compact field, but still very contentious one. We'll have to see what kind of riders race it plays out to be. As just as you mentioned, there is quite a bit of speed going on in that off-the-turf Carle Place.
Pick 4 starts here, Carle Place. Part of it, this race, 6 furlongs for fillies who have not won 3 lifetime in here, and a lot of money going to the one. How's Your Cash Flow? Will break from post 3 for trainer Rudy Rodriguez. Started out her career perfect 2 for 2 sprinting. Came off a 6-month layoff and stretched out to a mile, got beat. So essentially, she's never been beat sprinting. Second off the bench, and a lot of attention on the board. We'll see if she can get it done, remain perfect at this distance. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial to get us started in this Pick 4.
There in the gate.
And they're off. Roja Liguera going out for the lead, along with How's Your Cash Flow? How's Your Cash Flow has a narrow lead. Roja Liguera is on the outside, and Solib is down at the rail. So now it's 3 of them across, with Proud Foot and Everly's Girl right together, 4th and 5th. Then it's Diamond Collector and Cupid's Girl at the back. Up front, Solib at the rail. How's Your Cash Flow right alongside. Solib has the lead by a head. How's Your Cash Flow runs in second through a quarter in 22 and 4. Everly's Girl is third by a head. And on the outside is Proud Foot as Roja Liguera drops out of it. Being passed on the outside by Cupid's Girl and down on the inside by Diamond Collector. The field is coming for the quarter pole. It is Solib. How's Your Cash Flow? They are right together with Everly's Girl. And on the outside, Proud Foot. How's Your Cash Flow in the blue blinkers? Solib continues to battle on. Everly's Girl is in third. They're coming down for the 16th pole. It is How's Your Cash Flow narrowly. Solib and Everly's Girl giving chase. How's Your Cash Flow is the winner. 3/4 of a length. Solib held second. Everly's Girl was third.
Public was right here. It's How's Your Cash Flow, now 3 for 3 sprinting, wins second off a 6-month layoff.
Yeah, this horse took a lot of money on the board, and rightfully so. I mean, this one made a lot of sense, cutting back in distance. Now second off that layoff as well, and able to be forward and end up taking over in here. So Lib very game in defeat in this race, battled on pretty consistently towards the inside, but ultimately the cash flow was right for How's Your Cash Flow. Everybody wagering got their money.
3-year-old filly by Uncaptured, 8-5 favorite. 1-3-2 finish, and it's the chalk to start off this late pick 4 at 8-5. Once again, Rudy Rodriguez owns part of this filly as well, and the young apprentice here, Luis Rivera Jr., getting the job done with the opportunity here.
Yeah, he's had quite a few nice rides so far at this meet and able to get another victory. He's giving some smart efforts out there as well and taking advantage of all those opportunities that he does have available to him.
So 8-5 favorite starts this late pick 4. We'll have the prices for you when we come back. Again, 1-3-2-5 finish here in the 6th. We're going to take a timeout. When we return, we'll talk Breeders' Cup filly and mare sprint. Going to be saying so long to those watching on FS2. Our coverage, though, does continue on FS1. Good night, Olive. Can she repeat in that filly and mare sprint? Shown a few chinks in the armor, but she is still been remarkably consistent for Chad Brown. We'll be back.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as War Smoke delivers at Finger Lakes.
War Smoke in front, another one for Andre Worry.
Barrage runs down the field at Saratoga.
Here's Barrage with a final surge. Barrage got up.
And Born Dancer goes wire to wire, outlasting all comers.
It's going to get close. BM Courage coming inside. Born Dancer. Photo finish.
Shouldn't you have a War Dancer? War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
On a perfect day, there is no finer place in all of sports.
Nerves, excitement, and anticipation.
Than beautiful, truly stunning. For the Breeders' Cup World Championships.
Introducing Venezuelan Hug, the tenacious, towering son of Constitution, now standing in New York. After breaking his maiden at Gulfstream, he dispatched Cityman and Allowance Company at Saratoga, going on to 6 wins in 10 starts, finishing with 3 straight stakes victories, including the Grade 3 Canadian Turf. Now a versatile sire, complementing any mare with size, looks, and athleticism that's been called the best-kept secret in New York. Venezuelan Hug, standing at Mill Creek Farm. Visit millcreeksaratoga.com to book your mare today.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
All right, next door to us, Resorts World Casinos. Getting their Tokyo Drift on. Was Dominic Toretto there? That's what I want to know. One of the most influential cars on the East Coast on display. Our program brought to you in part by NyraBets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Is that how you get to work?
What's that? Yeah, that blue one in the middle right there.
I would love that. How's your cash flow? Luis Rivera Jr., Rudy Rodriguez, who owns part of this 3-year-old filly as well. She's now 3 for 3 sprinting.
Yeah, just made a lot of sense in here. Bettor's very in tune to this one's chances, and she was able to deliver today. It was a game effort from your runner-up, but she got the job done.
$5.20 for the win. Full beginning to this late pick 4, owned in part by her trainer, who's with Acacia Clement.
How's your cash flow for Rudy Rodriguez? Gets the win here. Rudy, she seemed happy to get back to sprinting. Though she's such a big filly, I can understand why it looks like she might have wanted to go longer.
You know, I've been trying to run this filly since Saratoga, and they're not winning, so 3 for 35 don't go, the 25 don't go. That's why my intention was, I said, let me stretch him up over there and see if maybe she liked the distance in Delaware. But look like she don't like the distance. So we come back and put blinkage, you know, put a little bit more speed to her for coming up from the long race. I don't want to be too far back, especially with Aqua being a speed favor track. So yes, little bit over here, little bit over there. But, you know, all the credit goes to Dr. Perry Hogan. They did the surgery in the knee. So, you know, she's a nice filly. She tries hard, but, you know, they're fragile for sure.
Dr. Patty Hogan, absolutely amazing at what she does. But this is a filly that you own in part as well. It has to be extra special because there's so much work, as you said, all the people behind the scenes that go into just getting one horse to the racetrack, let alone winning.
It's definitely, you know, the groom do an unbelievable job, you know, every day ice, poultice, and we get him with the pony because, you know, she's a big filly and she likes to jump a lot, and we got to try to eliminate from jumping because, you know, the little issues that she's got, but thank God we got the job done.
And with Luis Rivera Jr., who you've been using, of course, being a former rider yourself, we see you often giving an opportunity to some apprentice riders, and he's been riding really well in this circuit.
You know, he's a kid that listens, and, you know, I like the way you off, and I'm trying to tell them to be aggressive and take it from there, you know?
It all worked out today. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, guys. Good luck.
Rudy Rodriguez saying it well, Greg. So many people behind the scenes to make it possible for just one horse to get to the races.
And you know that, you know, young up-and-coming riders, as Acacia talked about, love to see that he spreads the wealth a little bit, giving some of these new faces opportunities.
Well, that's how you get started, right? You have to get a leg in the game and get involved in some way. And being able to have that opportunity and have those confidence-building rides with someone who believes in you, who's giving you that good advice to go forwards and get the job done out there, it's got to feel good.
We went to break talking about the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint and the reigning champ of that race. Back for more. I'm going to see if Goodnight Olive can defend her title for Chad Brown. Take a look at some of those that want to unseat her. And Ugiri, what a game effort she is coming out of in that battle with Wicked Halo at Keeneland last time out. As Rudolph Brissett said of this performance, she has a huge heart. It looks like she was beat in the stretch, and she re-rallies.
Yeah, they put on a good show in this race, the two of them. You'll see them hook up now here. Wicked Halo on the outside with Ujiri down at the rail, and she does get passed by Wicked Halo. Right there, you see it, and she just battles back on the inside. You really did think it was over for her, but able to come back on her rival, dig down, and gut this effort out, and great performances by the two of them. They put a lot of separation on that third place finisher.
And there's just really one race in her career sprinting where Ugiri didn't show up. It was a Madison back in April at Keeneland, which Rudolph Brissett, her trainers, just inexplicably does not know what happened that day. Outside of that, she is 6 for 6 in dirt sprints. It's going to be Rudolph Brissett's first Breeders' Cup starter.
That's incredible because he's a trainer that has had so much frequent success, even in graded stakes races. So to be able to have that first one head to the Breeders' Cup with a really live opportunity has got to be just very, very exciting.
Now, meanwhile, the runner-up there, Wicked Halo, Steve Asmussen obviously said it would have liked to come out on the other side of it, but good to see her just back in top form after she did not run well at all in that prior start at Churchill Downs. The one they all got to beat, though, that is Goodnight Olive, especially with no Echo Zulu in the picture anymore. She's the reigning champ. and she's still in very sharp form.
She is, and she did run a great race in her last start in defeat behind Echo Zulu, who, just as you mentioned, we will not be seeing in that Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint. But this is her back in the bed of roses and able to defeat Wicked Halo, who we just saw finishing second to Ujiri this day. And she's a horse that comes from a little bit further off the pace than those other two rivals that she'll be facing that we talked about. So she should get plenty of speed in here to close into and unleash that closing kick.
And it's interesting because, I mean, you look at most of the year for her and you say, well, good argument to be made that she's tailed off a little bit. And then all of a sudden, muddy track after getting freshened a little bit at Saratoga, and she did get beat by Echo Zulu. But as we mentioned, no Echo Zulu in the picture now. She runs the best figure of her career in that runner-up finish.
Right, I agree with you. I think that it was clear that she kind of wasn't that same horse going into the ballerina, or sorry, that last race last time out behind Echo Zulu that she was in, trying to defend her title. But then with that performance, now you can say she's coming into the Breeders' Cup in tip-top shape and ready to go for trainer Chad Brown.
Going to be interesting. Less than 2 weeks away from the Breeders' Cup already. Yeah, I've got a lot of homework coming up. You could be there, be part of the action as well. November 3rd and 4th out on the West Coast at Santa Anita. Don't miss the action for the Breeders' Cup World Championships. Your opportunity to be there. BreedersCup.com/tickets. We've got a few members of our crew who are heading out west to be part of it, and you could be there too. See all of it? Let's set up the 7th before we take a quick timeout. Race 7 back to the Sunday action. 6 furlong sprints and a first allowance condition race coming up. 3-year-olds and up, an awesome native. What a performance. Last time out at Saratoga, just had no room in the stretch to get by.
No, and we're seeing a rider change today, and hopefully a cleaner trip for him, though he will have to work out somewhere to go from that inside post position. But he really got stuck in traffic badly last time out. You can forgive the compromise type of situation he was in for sure.
Interesting long shot, pay zone for the Cantor Mossy barn. We'll have the story of their family affair, Ilkay and Matt Kahn, coming to the U.S. on the advice of their father, who wanted more for his sons in that move. With the likes of Evie Jets and others certainly paying dividends. We'll be back.
Times have changed, but some things remain timeless. Hard work, perseverance, unwavering dedication. From sun up to sundown, our passion fuels us to drive further and push harder. We do it for the horses, for our families, and for the sport we all love. For well over a century, we've committed to doing the usual, unusually well. Claiborne Farm, the tradition continues.
Welcome to the Adelphi Racing Club experience. Take ownership of stakes-winning thoroughbreds like Funny How, racing at the highest level circuits.
Funny How is in front. It's Funny How who's up by 3 lengths, approaching the 16th pole. It's all Funny How. Funny How, Katie Davis more than amused. Funny How wins the Broadway.
Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference, and let's win races together.
In the future, I'm expecting to, of course, win the stakes races, and which I think it's very soon about to come. I think the biggest change, we won the graded stakes after 22 Saratoga meet with Evie Jets.
There's Evie Jets, who's ready to pounce up on the outside.
Which we were talking about, like we are very close to win the stakes races.
Evie Jets, who's 2 lengths in front. Evie Jets sprints to the line. It's going to be Evie Jets and the Noble Damsel.
We almost sleep at the barn. We are young and we want to do it. We are hungry for success. And we want to show our success to my family, my dad, everybody. So it was very emotional. It was our first stakes in the United States. It was very important for me and Matt.
Madken and İlkay Kantermasi grew up in Istanbul, Turkey, watching their father, Tuncay, one of the country's top trainers, win big race after big race.
He was always telling us, I want you guys in the better spot. So he made United States his goal for our future. Like especially Saratoga, when we come to Saratoga, we start coming like 5 years ago, and you deal with in the racetrack mostly really professional people. I think one of the best places to be, United States and especially New York.
Another change at the Kantermasi barn, Madken wants to use the golf cart less, spending more time riding their stable pony, Sierra Sun, leading horses to and from the track during training. The 11-year-old gelding is still a work in progress as he transitions from his days as a racehorse. Sierra Sun holds a special place in the hearts of Madken and İlkay. He won 7 races for the brothers at smaller tracks when they were just getting started in the United States. While their father is in Turkey this summer watching his son's races late at night, Madken and İlkay's mother loves to visit during the Saratoga meet. Their passion for the sport and understanding that nothing comes easy, win or lose, keeps their focus on the day-to-day grind of running a successful stable.
Just advantage first turn because we are number 2.
It's April Antics, 3.5 length lead. Ichiban trying to get into second. April Antics. Ichiban might have just nailed her.
Bununla geçilmiş olabilir. Whoever put down, very close.
She's very little, you know.
Well, it's a really neat story with these two brothers. Obviously, their father, very successful trainer back in Turkey, and such an important horse for them was Evie Jets. Gave them their first graded stakes winner in that Noble Damsel win last year, and then 2 huge wins this year, including this summer, that Grade 2 Ballston Spa at almost 30-1.
Yeah, definitely outran her odds that day, and now has a Grade 1 placing as well. And that QE2 over at Keeneland ran very well in there behind Gina Romantica and In Italian, and just some of the nicest people that I've had the pleasure of meeting as well on the racetrack. And just what they do is really respected by a lot of other horsemen, and they do a great job.
Well, they're going to send out this one here, Payzone, at 18-1. Long shot, who wants to be forward, went gate to wire last time out. She's going to be able to get to the lead with the other speed in here.
I mean, that's tough because there is a lot of other speed in this race, and we know a horse like Bezos is always going to be involved early. The number 8, Shaky Pants, another one with some good early speed. So if you have a horse that wants to be on the front end in here, your job is not going to be very easy.
Well, even money favorite in this race coming up. Everyone's got to deal with Awesome Native, who had a trip in the stretch last time out at Saratoga. Let's go to Acacia.
As Greg, we'll take a look at the number 1, Awesome Native, who, as you mentioned, did have a trip last time out. And it's interesting because this is a horse who was actually the favorite 2 starts back when trying the turf for the first time. And just very kind of curious to see how much money he was taking that day, and a horse that got back to his preferred surface last time out. Now, I haven't seen him since 2 back up in Saratoga, where he was very rambunctious, a little bit difficult before the race. He got very hot. He was really tricky to saddle, kind of lurching out of the saddling gate. They had to saddle him with the pony. Today, they were ready for all of his antics. Brought him right outside, saddled him with the pony alongside him and away from the rest of the field. And while he's sharp after tack, he's much more relaxed versus what we saw from him up in Saratoga. Just lacking room late last time out. And you could argue that he didn't have as much maybe punch potentially as he could, but it's hard when you have a horse have their momentum stopped multiple times, and that's what happened to him. It's really only the very elite level ones that are able to re-rally and start up that engine once again when their momentum is completely brought to a halt. So he makes a lot of sense in here, looking for a clean trip, and I think mentally he's also has to keep things together. The number 8, Shaky Pants, took a big step forward last time out, as this was a horse who was chasing Digitize 2 starts back and off of an 11-month layoff with a horse that had a ton of gate speed and just in an unenviable position. I thought last time he looked way more fit. He looked like he was going to be able to be forwardly placed once again and just really looking like he benefited from having that start. Looks much the same today as he did last time. It looks great. Well, it turned out as Joe Sharp's horses always are. Nice and eager here in the paddock, and I do think that he's going to be forwardly placed. I don't think he'll get the lead in here with the presence of a horse like Bezos, but he should be forward once again, and I just think that he's a horse that's finding his best stride now back as a 3-year-old. I am hoping that there could be some pace up front, though, and on paper it looks like there should be, and that could potentially set up for a horse like the 7, Capone, who came back off of a big layoff, a year almost to the date, and made his first start for Rick Dutrow last time out. And he was very sharp in the preliminaries, but he also got very hot. And oftentimes that will lead you to believe that a horse is just needing a race from a fitness perspective. That kind of indicates that they'll really benefit from having a start. And he ran 4th that day, kind of running in place, but he's much more settled today. He looks strong, he looks well muscled, and he's a horse that really can be very energetic in the preliminaries. I just think from a fitness and mental standpoint, he's really going to benefit from that race off of such a big layoff, and he could just get the right kind of trip today, Greg.
He could. We're 10 minutes away from the 7th coming up. Acacia, thank you. You know, there are a few that definitely want to go to the front in here. Tefusky Island, though, the 6 horse, is this one potentially too quick for the rest of this group?
I don't think so. I think Bezos is a horse that's going to end up being in front in here, especially with that inside post position. And he had a stumble a couple races ago where he then had to kind of rush up and was still inside and able to put his neck in front of other horses. So I know that Tefusky Island is pretty quick out of there, but I don't know if he ends up being the speed of the speed in this spot. Of course, it'll depend on what the intention is of a lot of these riders and who can be the quickest of the quick, but I don't necessarily think of him as that absolute defined fastest one early in this spot.
There he is. Jose Ortiz will ride for Rudy Rodriguez. He'll look for back-to-back wins. And he's just faced some really tough company. Durante was second, or Accretive, second in the Vosburg behind Cody's Wish. Then he faced Durante, who'd won 4 in a row, and then he lost, just continually stepping up in class, just by a head last time out. Ludwig, tough spot, and they were blazing fast early in that race. It was just hot pace that kind of melted him down last out.
It worries me that the horse that was closest to the pace with him in Ludwig was your eventual winner of that race, and that he ended up fading in the later stages. Now, that was also going 6.5 furlongs. He does cut back slightly to the 6 furlong distance today, but the form that he was in earlier this year, while he is sort of creeping back up and had a couple of excuses, I don't know that he is the same kind of horse that was going through conditions at a rapid pace and just stepping up and running faster and faster numbers each time. I think we've seen a decline in his form a little bit since then, though still very good.
Riders up. Arad Ortiz Jr. on board Capone at 5-1. We'll kick things off with Awesome Native, 1 to beat still at 6-5 from the rail.
Yeah, just the favoritism making a lot of sense with a horse who will be coming from off the pace.
Here's Bezos, wants to be forward, has not finished races for quite some time.
He doesn't sustain that speed as of late or against company like this, but you know where he's going to be early.
Second off a lengthy layoff. Cool Kathmandu for a good trainer, Charlie Baker.
And actually ran pretty well. 3rd last time out behind Victorious Wave, and Ocean's Reserve earned a 78 buyer for that effort. Also has speed.
Second biggest price on the board. This is Letty.
his last few races just haven't been very competitive, so we'll see what we get today.
Here's the Cantor Massey Brothers Payzone, the speedster.
Stepping up in class, a winner last time out on September 15th. He will have company on the front end.
Daufusky Island, the 5-time winner with Jose Ortiz.
I just don't know that he's in the same form that he used to be, but he might not have to be to still be a player.
Rick Dutrow with Capone and Jose's brother Arad aboard, meets leading rider.
And finished fourth last time out, off about a year layoff. Could take another step forward today.
Yeah, Arad looking for number 3 today. And then Shaky Pants, that big improvement last time out, but the horse he beat came back to get beat at 1-4 earlier this week.
It's possible that New York Strong just did not appreciate the off-going, but he regressed pretty significantly in his next start that we saw a couple other horses come out of there and improve. I don't know what to do with him. He's another one that's going to want to be forwardly placed, and we'll take a look at his last race here where he was sitting second to a horse that ended up finishing third in this race and got an 87 Beyer speed figure for this victory. And while he does draw favorably towards the outside now in this field, again, he's going from beating maidens, so winning his first race, to now facing winners, some horses that have had a lot more experience than he has and faced tougher horses overall.
Huge step up in class for this horse off this performance. It was a big move forward, but still going to need to take, you would think, another pretty big move to contend against some of the good ones in here. Not that he can't do it. He's got a bullet work coming into the spot as well. JK, your thoughts on this group as we get set for the 7th?
Yeah, look, this pace, I was going to say it has to be fast, but we all know that that's not necessarily the case. It should be fast, but I'm going to go on a limb and say that it has to be fast. There's a ton of fast horses. Payzone has one way of going. Daufusky Island is forward with real pace figures. Bezos, Cool Kathmandu, they're supposed to run early in this race. And if that happens to be the scenario, I think it sets up perfectly for the one Awesome Native. I understand Awesome Native's a little bit of a shorter price than you probably want in a race that feels so wide open, but he has a style that hits this race right in between the eyes. I'd be shocked if the pace isn't fast, if it's not at least honest, and I think that Awesome Native's going to get an absolutely perfect trip. It's one of those kind of that Cody's Wish trip from the Met Mile drawn inside. Kind of take back, let everyone run in front of you from the inside, and then find your way, circling the field or finding a gap in between. You save ground on the turn. He'll be rolling late, in my prediction, down the middle of the track. I like the one in here quite a bit.
We're going to take a look, thanks, JK, at his performance last time out at Saratoga. He got a hot pace to run into, and it was Joel Rosario aboard. He's going to duck down to the inside, and then he has nowhere to go late in the stretch.
And we also see Daufusky Island coming out of this race, and he's the horse that's on the lead right now, but keeping your eye on Awesome Native. He's covered in that kickback. He's looking for somewhere to go. You can tell that he's trying to make a move in this race, and then right here, he'll try to go for a spot that's just not available for him. Nowhere to run, and he does end up getting beat in this race. So today, new rider on board, Javier Castellano, will be taking over, and hopefully he can work out a trip from that inside post, because just as Jonathan mentioned, there should be plenty of pace for him to run into.
Yeah, including part of that pace, likely Daufusky Island, the 6, with more on that one. Let's go back to Acacia.
And he should be a big part of the pace in here, Greg. But I wanted to talk about the form that Daufusky Island is in, because as Sarah mentioned, he won a bunch of races in a row. But the thing about a horse like this is that he went through his conditions, and more importantly, he went through his New York bred conditions. So they're left with the opportunity of coming back into a first level open allowance company race, which these races, as we know, can be incredibly competitive. And you mentioned some of the horses that he was running against, finding the likes of Accretive and Durante, who were just running those fields off of their feet. So I don't think it's necessarily a case of Daufusky Island regressing. I think it's just a case of him going through his conditions, which can be one of the biggest, I guess, detriments to a horse when they have to keep continually stepping up in company, particularly when they have no more state-bred conditions to run in. I mean, the fact is, this has been a terrific claim for Rudy Rodriguez barn, and he's been a very consistent horse overall. Yes, he did not show much last time out when fading. He had a big warm-up. He looked very bright, very energetic out on the track under Jose Ortiz. He's a cool little horse, and he's not that big, but he's quick early, and we'll see if he can get back on track, though today might be tough to do so given the other pace setters in this race, Greg.
Yeah, I'm with you, Keisha. I thought he was at a tough spot, too. I mean, he was on the inside of a horse that pressured him, who was on his outside, and that's a tough spot to be in when they were going so fast in that race at Saratoga last time out. So at least this time he's drawn outside some of the other speeds in this race.
But does it bother you that that horse won?
No, they went really fast, and that's a pretty good horse. I don't think he's facing the quality of that kind of field this time around, at least pace-wise in the front end.
Okay, that's fair enough. I saw that Acacia had some interest in the number 7, Capone. This is a horse that was off a significant layoff last time and also figures to be coming from off the pace now with Irad Ortiz Jr. up for Rick Dutrow. So I think that she's onto something there. This is a horse that I'd want to use a little bit with Awesome Native.
Well, back to your question, yeah, everything concerns me.
Everything.
I never feel comfortable in any of these races.
All the time.
Even money. Apparently the public feels pretty comfortable, though, with Awesome Native. And it does seem like there's plenty of pace to set it up for him. Will he get running room in the stretch this time around? We're about to find out. Javier Castellano taking over from that inside post. Let's go upstairs to John Imbrial for the call.
There in the gate. And they're off. It is Cool Kathmandu who goes out for the lead, quickly joined by Payzone. Defusky Island is right there. Capone is 4 wide. Shaky Pants is 5 wide as they race up the back stretch. Then it's a break of 5 back to Bezos. And at the back are Letty. And the trailer is Awesome Native in 8th. Cool Kathmandu challenged here by Defusky Island, and the two of them are heads apart through a quarter and 22 seconds. Capone moves up on the outside and is a close 3rd. Payzone dropping back at the rail, about to be passed by Shaky Pants. Then a break of 4 to Bezos, followed by Awesome Native and Letty. They're coming for the top of the stretch. Defusky Island is in between horses. Capone is there. Shaky Pants on the far outside. Cool Kathmandu closest to the rail. And Awesome Native is putting in a run as they come down for the 8th pole. Shaky Pants has come away with the lead. Awesome Native continues to gain on the outside. It is Shaky Pants. Here is Awesome Native with a big stretch run here. Awesome Native from last to first to win it by a half length. Shaky Pants was 2nd. Big break back to Capone in 3rd.
A lot of work to do for Awesome Native. It was last early on in this race, and he delivers and gets it done for the 4th win of his career in 8 starts.
I mean, this was an incredible rally from off the pace. He got the room and just went wide and swooped this entire group. And even with Bezos, a horse that we thought would be on the front end if overly placed, not breaking well and not being a part of that pace, they were stacked across the track for the early lead in here. And I will say, Shaky Pants finishing 2nd. I think he ends up backing up that number that he ran breaking his maiden last time out. That was a gritty effort from him, being a part of that pace, and then still finishing 2nd to Awesome Native, who's a pretty good horse.
Yeah, big effort, first time in against winners for Shaky Pants, but it results in a runner-up finish. But one to keep your eyes on, Awesome Native from way, way back. Last to first win under Javier Castellano for Jorge Abreu. And the son of Practical Joke now 4 for 8 as mentioned. This was fun to watch.
Yeah, this was a good race. This is exciting to see him come back with a win like this after the trip that he had last time. And you just always knew that Javier was plugging away and going to get by in the end. But yeah, this was exciting to see them all line up and have some actual pace in these races. You know, we always look at these things on paper and hope that they end up playing out as we imagine they will. And this one delivered.
Sharp final time, too, for the level. 109.4 for the 6 furlongs for Awesome Native. Prices when we come back. We'll look at the Classic division and 2 very talented and quick 3-year-olds. Arabian Night, who just beat older horses for Bob Baffert, the Pacific Classic, and Saudi Crown for Brad Koch, coming off that Grade 1 win in the Pennsylvania Derby.
Jackie's Warrior quickly in front here by 2 lengths. Here comes Jackie's Warrior up the inside to take over the lead from Life is Good. Jackie's Warrior remains undefeated here at Saratoga, and he wins an unprecedented Grade 1 stakes at the Spa for the 3rd straight season.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with NYRA Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with NYRA Bets.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKenzie.
McKenzie in a dominant performance.
1,200,000 right there. 1,200,000. 550. Mitchell, 550,000. And now 500. And 500,000. Thank you. 450. 75. 475,000.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net. Today, 7th in the books, last to first, Awesome Native. And the hits keep on coming. What a year it's been for that man right there, Javier Castellano. He's with Acacia.
And he's definitely treated us to some sensational rides with some big horses this year. And Awesome Native, Javier, you could see he took a little bit of dirt as he was far back, but he had plenty in the tank rolling in the stretch.
Yeah, Kasia, I like the way he did it, the horse. You know, I'm watching replay. I like the horse. He come from behind style. It seemed to me a lot of speed today. I think it would be good setup for him, and he happy. That's exactly what happened, you know. They went pretty quick, 22.45. Come from behind horse. I tried to find the scene a little bit. Had to walk a little bit in the turn for home. But I like the way he responded. I like the way he finished turn for home. Past horses, and very impressed.
It was impressive, and I could say, I mean, you were just kind of in a hand ride with him, too. You didn't really have to go to the crop much in the stretch. That has to be a really good feeling.
Yeah, it feels a really good feeling when you ask the horse to respond there. I don't think you need to, use it too much, just to pile a little bit in the top of the stretch. I use my best judgment and try to follow the horses and let them finish. I'm looking for that punch. That's what I felt. And I like the way he finished. Very, very impressed.
As we mentioned at the top, you've had a tremendous year, and it's been so fun to follow. Less than 2 weeks away from the Breeders' Cup now, and we've been checking in on Arcangelo. And I know he's been a special horse for you. And what's the excitement like with the whole team leading into him taking on Older in the Classic?
It's a very special, all the team, Jenna, he does a very good job with the horse. The crew on the exercise, everybody effort, they put a lot into Dione. And it's a great ride, we all enjoy the ride. And this is the best moment for every single one. Win the Belmont State, win the Travel, hopefully, the Breeders' Cup. The best of the best horses in the country and the world. I think we have to step up. We all do. We have to step up and we have to show up. I have a lot of confidence in my horse and Gina, the team, the horse. I just keep your finger crossed and pray everything goes well.
We cannot wait to see it. But congratulations on the win here.
Thank you, Kasia.
Javier Castellano, big date with that son of Arrogate Arcangelo, the Breeders' Cup Classic, Greg.
Yeah, could wind up being your favorite in that race. 0 for 15 in the Kentucky Derby. That streak comes to an end. 0 for 14 in the Belmont Stakes. that streak comes to an end for Javi, and we expect him to win the Travers. He won his 7th this year. What a year it's been.
Yeah, you knew he could get the Travers win, that's for sure. But just incredible that he was able to persevere even in the face of so many, I'm sure, disappointments in those big races. But Javier has been riding lights out, not only this year, but last year as well, at all levels, and able to deliver another very well-timed ride here with Awesome Native.
Putting himself in the conversation with the year he's had for an Eclipse Award. Man who won it 4 consecutive years as outstanding rider in this sport. Late pick 5 follow-along, formful to this point. No breakout price. We'll see if that comes with 2 legs remaining. Next, it is small field in this Carl Place that has come off the turf main track now. Just 4 runners remain, named after a neighboring town in Nassau County. And even money right now on 90%. Maddie, it looks like could be the benefit of all this pace of the other 3 that look like they want to be forward in here.
Yeah, there's a lot going on in terms of speed in this race. I know we are sprinting, but just like last race, we see a lot of horses that want to have that forward position. You end up with who's going to be that speed of the speed, and we'll see if 90% Maddie can be the benefactor with that outside post position right now, taking a lot of money. Some of it, you think probably iRouter T's junior factor. He does get bet.
Yeah, some of it probably, could set up really nice for this horse as well. But yeah, Rattle, of course, always takes a ton of money. Talked going to break about these 3-year-olds going to the Classic. Obviously, Arcangelo, one of them, but 2 very speedy 3-year-olds. We talked about going to break in Arabian Night and Saudi Crown. And Arabian Night has that feather in the cap of having beat older horses. Record 7th win in the Pacific Classic for Bob Baffert with this performance from still in a very lightly raced Arabian Night.
And he was showing some flashes of brilliance very early on in the year. He missed that Triple Crown Trail, unfortunately, but comes back with this big performance. You know he has the early speed. He's able to defeat those older horses, just as you mentioned, as well as Go Rocket Ride, your Haskell winner, who ends up checking in 2nd in here, who is still on track for the Breeders' Cup Classic as well. And they have that home court advantage going into this year's Breeders' Cup, as it will be out in California.
Horse right behind, Arabian Night as well, another 3-year-old in this Pacific Classic against older company. That's horse who won the Haskell, of course, and beat Mage in the process. Another interesting prospect. Who do you think's quicker, though, of Arabian Night and Saudi Crown?
I think it's Saudi Crown. From what we have seen from both of them so far, I think it's Saudi Crown. We'll have to see. Rider intention. What do they want to do out there? But I think that Pennsylvania Derby and some of the other performances that Saudi Crown has put together, and we'll take a look at his Pennsylvania Derby right now on a wet track that day. He's just pretty fast out there.
Brad Cox says, he's going to wait and see how these races shape up. He's got a big decision to make. Dirt Mile, Classic, or pass, because this is an ownership group, that Saudi Arabian-based group, and they definitely want to point to that Saudi Cup in February.
They've decided.
How does he get him there?
Oh, they've decided.
They have decided for sure.
Yes, yep. They're pointing him towards the Breeders' Cup Classic. He's going with Zozos to the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile.
Okay.
So he said.
We'll see.
Plans can still change. You never know.
Obviously incredibly talented. Another one, not even, not as lightly raced as Arabian Night, but a horse is still, it's going to be a 6th career start. If he does line up in that big one in the Classic, we'll wait and see. I mean, he's, according to Brad Cox, he's every bit as capable, big praise, as Knicks Go to get 1.25 miles, he feels.
Coming from that trainer, both of them, it's just incredible that he's making that type of comparison already to a horse that he won the Dirt Mile, then he won the Breeders' Cup Classic. Knicks Go, just the resume that he was able to put together, the speed that he showed, and now having a horse that's only 3 going into the Breeders' Cup Classic that is drawing some of those same similarities from his trainer. Those are big words of praise coming into the Classic.
So many talented 3-year-olds this year. It feels like potentially a year that it is going to be back to a 3-year-old maybe taking this big race. You got White Barrio in the older horse division, who's really the main older horse, but who knows? I mean, someone could step up. It could be the year that happens, but White Barrio was very impressive in that Whitney.
He was. I mean, that was that breakout performance from him that we were kind of expecting and anticipating he might get back to after showing some good performances down at Gulfstream throughout his career. Finally able to take his show on the road with a new trainer, but is the Whitney who he is from now on? It's a fair question to ask going into that Breeders' Cup Classic.
It's going to be fun to see these two battle on the front end, these two 3-year-olds. I find it hard to believe Bob Baffert horse, with that horse's ability on the front end, that he's not going to be in front.
You don't necessarily pretty much ever see him take speed away from his horses. You know that if they have it, they will generally use it.
Race within a race. Going to be so much fun this year, and you can be part of it. November 3rd and 4th. Go to breederscup.com/tickets and be there to see it for yourself. November 3rd and 4th at Santa Anita Park with that gorgeous background. Such a great atmosphere for racing, and we got our feature coming up next. 4 remain in here. We've talked about it a little bit with just the surface switch, and these 4 that remain. 90% Maddie, we'll see, is able to sit off the pace with these 3 that look like they want to be forward in here. And Irad Ortiz Jr. riding for Butch Reed, coming out of back-to-back graded stakes races. And the one to beat on the board right now. We'll have more on this field when we come back. 3rd running of the Carl Place, and there's your favorite, the one Irad Ortiz Jr. will try and get his 3rd winner on this Sunday card. When we come back, stay with us. More America's Day at the Races on FS1 right after this.
Quality Road, proving Lane's End's tried and true stallion-making tradition. Quality Road has sired multiple Eclipse Award and Grade 1 winners, including champion 2-year-old colt Corniche, champion 2-year-old filly Caledonia Road, champion 3-year-old filly Abel Tasman, Grade 1 winner Bleecker Street, and classic winner National Treasure. He's a leader of his generation. Quality Road, a stallion that stands above the rest.
Spine-tingling, jaw-dropping, awe-inspiring, Secretariat-like.
At 25, I got a job at Hillendale as a stallion groom, and I love it. You know, it's a great place to work, and it's a special job. The stallions really do a lot better when they have a consistent person in their life. It makes a big difference in keeping them happy, and that's just one of the many things that we do to try to keep these guys as happy as possible. So I'm responsible for the general care of the stallions here, and during breeding season, which would be from Valentine's Day until 4th of July, I'm in charge of all the breeding that we do here on the farm, in the breeding shed. Other than that, I assign my grooms to each horses, and I oversee the care of each individual horse on a day-to-day basis. You know, Army Mule and Good Magic too, I have a soft spot for those two, just starting out the same year they were here. It's been really special for me to learn and grow with them at the same time. I've gotten to watch them grow into stallions and develop and learn, you know, what it takes to breed the numbers that they do. We get to work with horses over long periods of time. You know, when you're working with yearlings or brood mares or even on the racetrack, you know, it seems like you're working with a different batch of horses all the time. But these stallions, you know, Midnight Lute's been here with Hillendale for like 15, 16 years. So you get to work with the same horses for, you know, the majority of their lives and spend so much time with them, and you just really get to know them on a level that you just can't do in other aspects of the industry.
Referred to by many as the Biltmore the Bluegrass, one of the most stunningly beautiful horse properties in all the world. Hillendale at Alapa, and their stallions Curlin, Good Magic. Father and son carrying the torch. You take a look at the Carl Place Water Tower, and that's our feature race coming up next. Our program brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa, and our feature race ahead, which is 4 runners. And this is the one potentially that could set up beautifully for 90% Maddie, who certainly is stakes tested.
He is. I mean, he's dropping in company from a graded stakes effort over at Parks. Didn't even run that badly, finishing 4th at 10-1 that day. Draws that very advantageous outside post as well. And you know that he has the stamina. He's also run pretty well in route races in the past, too.
So 7-5 right now from that outside slot for trainer Butch Reed. Second choice on the board, that's Super Chow, and he's won half his starts. We had showed you a little bit earlier in the program when we came on the air, I believe with our previous audience at Jersey Shore. That was the last time he was seen. Here it is again. This was a runner-up finish at Monmouth.
He's just very consistent. He hasn't won since the Hutchinson at Gulfstream Park earlier this March, but he's been right there in several of his starts, albeit except for one over a wet track. But you just have to respect a horse that is consistently providing you with the same types of performances. They might not always get the win, but he's always giving his best effort out there, and he's a horse that just made a lot of sense if this race were to come off of the turf as it has. He was more likely to be your favorite on the morning line. Our morning line maker David Aragona had him at 9-5, but 90% Maddie taking all of that money right now.
Back with us, the MIG. We head downstairs to Richie Migliori.
Yeah, guys, short but select field in this off-the-turf Carl Place, and we'll just go in order. We'll start with the 9, Just Beat the Odds. Blinkers Off. Was talking with conditioner Greg Sacco. And by the way, all 4 of these horses look terrific. It's a stakes race, and they all look like stakes quality performers. So I'm going to hone in less on their physical attributes because they all are really well turned out. But the 9, Just Beat the Odds. Talking with Greg Sacco, Blinkers Off, and, you know, the thought process behind that. And they felt like he was just kind of maybe waiting on horses a bit because he didn't have a clear line of vision to them. He's trained really well without them, and also maybe just helping him get to settle a little bit. So maybe look for this horse to kind of find himself in more of a stalking kind of position. The 10, Sir Lancelot, has a lot of speed. In fact, I actually rode this horse's dam, Madam Exkey, won the Caesar's Wish Honor in Maryland for Susan and John Moore. And this horse is quick. And looking at him, I mean, he's done well on turf, but he has flash speed on dirt as well, and does, you know, have a debut winning effort in a fast race on dirt. So I would expect him to flash that speed again. His dam was always much better when she was that kind of involved early. The 11 Super Chow, he looks terrific. And I like the fact that Jorge Delgado has enough confidence to leave Matty over on this horse, despite the fact that you don't get the apprentice allowance in stakes races. And that's really bodes well when a rider gets along with a horse. looks fantastic. He's very quick, but he doesn't need the lead. So I think he's well posted and should be in a spot either to lead them or be just right off of a horse, and then you use his kind of push around the turn, because he looks like he runs turns extremely well. And the 13, 90% Maddie. This is a horse, especially, you know, sprinting, is going to be more of a closing type. You get Irad Ortiz, always a benefit, and he's well posted outside. The horses can kind of assess what's going on inside of him after they break and go 100 yards or so, kind of let them sort themselves out.
Big thanks. Approaching the 8-minute mark to post here for this feature race, the Carl Place. And we're going to look at this group here in this post parade coming up. At 6-5 favoritism outside with this 3-year-old for Butch Reed, who has so much success when he ships into New York.
He does. He spots his horses well coming into the NYRAS circuit, and this is one of them, entering this one as that main track only type. With the weather that we've had most weekends so far, he is reading the forecast well. He's just finding those types of spots for his horses that make sense, and this one, again, just makes a lot of sense in here.
Got to prove he can win outside of Park. So all 4 of his victories, they have come in Ben Salem. So we'll see if he's able to do it here. Public believes he can at 6-5. Here's one of the many speeds. That 9 just beat the odds. Blinkers coming off. Manny Franco will be aboard here. Who do you think is potentially the quick of the quick in this spot?
Well, I will say the number 10, Sir Lancelot, he has not won without having that clear, loose on the lead type of trip so far in his races. So I think that all intentions will be to give him that type of setup, right? You know that you have a horse that needs to be forward and on the front end in order to do their best running. So it's likely that Jose Ortiz will have him out there trying to be the one in front. I like the blinkers coming off. The number 9 just beat the odds because he has won sitting just off the pace before, and I'm hopeful that he could do it again.
Post parade coming up as we approach the 7-minute mark to post for the Carl Place. We'll begin with the 9 here. So here is just beat the odds. Manny Franco, as you talked about, blinkers coming off and can potentially sit just off it here. And that's how he won 2 starts back when he was dominant to break his maiden.
And you know that he's going to be forward. It's a rider's race. They won't be far apart, but at least knowing that he can win rating just a little bit bodes well.
Turf sprint speed from this one, and turf sprint speed usually greater than dirt sprint speed.
Exactly. You know that he can be a horse that's very, very quick out of there. He does have that win on dirt as well.
Super Chow, he's won half of his 12 career starts.
He has just the model of consistency, and just like Richie mentioned, Matty Oliver staying aboard.
Still, though, 6-5 favorite outside with 90%. Matty Irad Ortiz Jr. looking for number 3 today.
And a lot of that money, I imagine, going because of the rider on this one's back, though, of course, was always going to be one of the shorter prices.
You could play this race and all the action up to the Breeders' Cup and beyond by getting signed up and started with NYRA Bets. No better time than the present to get on board. You get a $25 free bet plus that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus for new customers when you punch in this code right here, CUP25, at NYRABets.com and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Let's head back down to Mig, and a big opportunity, Mig, for a young rider, Matty Oliver on Super Chow.
This is a big opportunity, and it's a big deal when apprentices get to ride in stake races. Matty Oliver has ridden 39 winners in her career. When she won her 35th, she went from getting a 7-pound allowance in the weight to 5 pounds. And the way that works, Greg, they have a 10-pound allowance until they win 5, and then a 7-pound allowance till they win another 30, all told 35. And then they have 1 year from the date of that 5th winner to be an apprentice. So Matty Oliver looking for her 40th career win here in the stakes race with a very, very strong, chance with the 11 Super Chow. I like this horse. I liked him in the paddock. I like him in the warm-up. I like him on paper. He checks every box for me. And the fact that Matty's ridden him in 2 stakes, both very good efforts. He flashed very good speed at Monmouth Park. And for people that don't really follow the Monmouth Park circuit, when you have speed at Monmouth, you're fast, because the tendency there from riders is to gun and no one's rating. You know, the slow paces we sometimes get in New York, you will not get at Monmouth. They go for it. And so the fact that this horse puts himself in the game, but also has the opportunity, if somebody like the 10, Sir Lancelot, wants the lead, being drawn outside of him, she can just kind of follow along. I think it's a big vote of confidence. And listen, I've seen a lot of maturation in Maddie's riding. She sees a race much better. It's just a process, and you have to ride. There's only one way to do it, and that's why you get a weight allowance. And here she has this opportunity without the weight allowance. That's my top selection. I'm going with the 11, Super Chow. I like him a lot.
Hey, Mig, what would you say to Maddie Over? Young rider, obviously, as you touched on here, but in a situation here where it is a very compact field in a stakes race with a ton of speed, what did you have to learn as a rider in races like this where you can't get ganged up on?
Well, the biggest thing, first of all, is that you've got to just ride it. It's a race. It doesn't matter if it's a stake. It doesn't matter if it's a stake, doesn't matter the purse. You've still got to ride your race, and don't let that get into your head. You don't want your nerves to play a part in this. And then be on your toes, be aware, be alert, because you're riding with the best riders. And if they get an opportunity to put you in a compromising position, that's their job, and they're going to do it. So being, you know, she has one horse outside of her, 90% Maddie, who is still your favorite, although it's no, actually they're co-favorites now. He's not as fast as you. I would probably park my horse out in the 3 or 4 path, so I wouldn't run a risk of that horse being able to make a quick brush move and stuffing me behind a horse like Sir Lancelot if I happen to get outrun. But this is a forward kind of horse, a horse you don't want to take anything away that comes easy. He just makes too much sense to me. I think you know, he's faced really good horses. He's already a stakes winner, and he's quick. He's the right kind of horse to be in this position, which obviously holds a bit more pressure, but you can't let that pressure play a part of it.
Big Super Chow looked, and you touched on him, a very good appearance on the racetrack. Is he the one that won you over the most just from an appearance standpoint?
Absolutely. Like I said, very well turned out group anyway. They're good horses. They're supposed to look good. But he just had taken it to another level. I liked him best in the paddock, and I liked him even more watching him warm up. She stayed with the pony, but he is just so framed up, so collected. His energy level is you just apparent. You could see it. And the way he bowed his head, he just looked like that, you know, what I talk about, a coiled up spring waiting to be released. The break's important. Obviously, you just want to get away clean. But once again, you don't want to let it get in your head too much. You got to ride it just like if it was a $10,000 claimer. You've got to ride with the same kind of diligence.
So 2 minutes to post coming up. And, you know, it doesn't seem like it would be the case there, but it just happens a lot of these small, compact fields. For some reason, a lot of times you do see traffic trouble.
It's crazy, right? You think less horses, you might have more of an opportunity to get some more room and not run into a wall of horses, but everybody ends up staying a little bit closer together. You don't see that separation in the field string out as much when you only have a couple of horses, because you don't want to let a forwardly placed horse get too far out of your sights. So you're exactly right. There is more opportunity to get yourself stuck in traffic.
Manny Franco right here on the 9 just beat the odds. Blinkers coming off this 3-year-old who just 2 starts back. That was a dominant maiden win. Tough test here against a couple of stakes winners in this group, and certainly more experienced runners in this group.
You know who he faced a couple starts ago? Straight Arrow, a horse that we saw come back on our New York circuit and just win the other day and really show a lot of progressive improvement in his next couple of starts. Obviously, not the same type of horse we saw win the other day just there, but I think that he could be a little bit sneaky in here as the longest shot in the field.
This one here has become now your even money favorite. Super Chow with Maddie Over. Big opportunity for this young rider. For Jorge Delgado, it's the Caro Place. We send it upstairs to John Embrial.
90% Maddie and a Rod Ortiz Jr. They complete this 4-horse field, and we're set. And they're off. 90% Maddie broke sharply, now being challenged by Sir Lancelot and Super Chow. Sir Lancelot goes on with it, has the lead. Super Chow running in second, and just beat the odds is racing in third, and after that sharp start, 90% Maddie is the trailer in fourth. Sir Lancelot leads here by a head. Super Chow on the outside is second by 2 lengths. with Just Beat the Odds. Racing in third, another 3 lengths back to 90% Maddie. The first quarter was running 22 and 1/5 seconds. Here is Super Chow on the outside to poke his head in front of Sir Lancelot. Super Chow, the leader. Sir Lancelot back running in second. Just Beat the Odds is now gaining ground, and 90% Maddie as the field comes off the turn and enters the stretch. It is Super Chow with the lead. Just Beat the Odds bearing down on him, and 90% Maddie out in the middle of the track. 3 of them across with an 1/8 of a mile to the finish. Just Beat the Odds in between horses. 90% Maddie on the outside. Then Super Chow now in third. Just Beat the Odds. 90% Maddie on the outside. They come for the finish. 90% Maddie. And she had to give 100% today to get the job done in the Carl Place Stakes.
3-win day. Irad Ortiz Jr. just up in time to get by a big effort from Just Beat the Odds. And 5 wins now from 13 starts for this Butch Reed filly. It's Colt, excuse me.
A little confusing, right? You think Maddie, you think
9 to 5.
Philly. But yeah, do you want it to be a little bit further off the pace in here, and smart rides from Irad Ortiz Jr. as well as Manny Franco on Just Beat the Odds, who ended up finishing second. But with Super Chow and Sir Lancelot hooking up early in this race, it really did set up for both horses that were coming from a little bit further off the pace.
Irad biding his time. It looked like it was going to set up perfectly for him with all his speed in this race. And it did. It timed it perfectly as well. 1:10 final time of the 6 furlongs. 13-9, 11-10. And Super Chow looked like primed to make a huge move early on in this race and then just flattened out.
Do you think he engaged a little bit too early? I think that, and it's not at all a criticism on the ride, because he had to. We could not let Sir Lancelot be alone and get a comfortable, easy lead, because you know he's tough when he's able to have that kind of circumstance. But Super Chow did not have enough to outlast the other 2 in this race.
9 to 5. Irad Ortiz Jr. for Butch Reed, LC Racing, and the 5th career win for 90% Maddie here in the Carl Place. 3-win afternoon for the meet's leading rider, creating a little separation between him and his brother and Manny Franco. We still have the nightcap coming up. We'll close it out with a New York bred maiden special weight at 7/8 when we come back.
And they're off. Power pretty close up in the early stages as the field approaches the quarter pole, and it's Gunite trying to fend off Elite Power, who's motoring like a big chestnut tank on the outside, and Elite Power and Gunite. Elite Power got him right on the money in 109.22 seconds.
Early, the classic sire.
Any success that we've enjoyed is directly attributable to the men and women who first bring horses to us to sell. It's not a chicken and the egg situation in the thoroughbred industry or in the auction industry. You got to have good product. If we're able to attract quality horses to our sale with quality men and women selling them, we're going to have good sales.
We provide a platform for the auction of thoroughbred horses. Our mission is to do that with the highest level of integrity and service. We are the oldest thoroughbred auction company in North America. The stops at Fasig-Tipton are circled on a calendar and are not to be missed. The product that our customers are able to provide is sought after throughout the world.
Well, I believe the future of Fasig-Tipton is extremely bright. Everything that we do is going to be to achieve success tomorrow by doing things right today. It's a commitment to get up and do the right thing every day in a consistent and a professional fashion, and that's a great recipe for success long term.
Consistently versatile, with 26 Grade 1 winners on every surface, from 6 furlongs to 1 1/4 miles, all over the world.
Switzerland in the Dubai Golden Shaheen. Switzerland wins.
Charles Fight on the outside at the wire. Photo for the win.
And Prince of Monaco takes the lead. Prince of Monaco, too good.
All purpose, all places, all power. Speightstown.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races. Car show right next door. Ooh, Deadpool 3 coming out soon.
Greg's ride to work.
No motorcycles for me. 90% Maddie in our Carl Place feature. And it's Irad Ortiz Jr. He's taken off with this riding title. Looks like big Sunday afternoon to close out this week in our Fasig-Tipton Winner's Circle. World's premier breeding stock event. Nominate now to the sale where stars are sold. And this one now 5 wins, 13 career starts. It looked like it was going to set up perfectly with all the pace in here, and it did.
It did, exactly right, and we saw that there was going to be a lot of speed in this short, compact field, and able to take advantage of that, sitting pretty far off the pace with a horse that ended up just being kind of the class of this field as well, given who he had faced in a couple of his most recent starts.
Butch Reed, Irad Ortiz Jr. team up with the victory here. Let's head downstairs to Mig for more on the feature.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. And Butch, nice to see you. Well done here, 90% Maddie. This is a horse that you had stretched out, turned him back last time in the Gallant Bob, but he really responded well today with a lot of pace in front of him.
Absolutely, you know, and Irad and I had discussed it before the race. It looked like he looked like the only closer in the race, and it panned out that way. So.
It seems like every time you ship here to New York, you come with intention. You don't leave your home base unless you got the goods.
Absolutely, yeah. You know, we've been a little unfortunate. Had a couple nice seconds up here, so it's nice to finally get to the winner's circle.
Ultimately, what do you think the best distance is for 90% Maddie?
A little middle distance, you know, maybe a one-turn mile, 7/8, somewhere in there. But, you know, he can get 2 turns with given the right circumstance, you know. He's a very versatile horse and solid as a rock.
I know you just won, and you always got to wait and see how your horses come back and everything. Would you have anything in mind maybe going forward for him?
Not really. We hadn't looked much behind. In fact, this race was a little bit of a surprise. We weren't really going to do this until I saw the weather forecast early in the week, and so we decided to jump in there, main track only, and things worked out.
Congratulations. Well done.
Thanks, Rich. Good seeing you.
Guys, sometimes it's good. Just call an audible. Get the money.
Indeed, he's had some big names come to this circuit, be successful. Vequist, of course, pretty recently. Poseidon's Warrior with a big win. Saratoga a few years back. He had a fleet again on Breeders' Cup weekend. He's a trainer that, you know, those that follow this sport, they're always wary when he shows up here.
Exactly. He spots his horses very well, and he mentioned it just there about how he was taking a peek at that weather forecast, decided to end up coming in today for the Carl Place, and just very well aware of where those spots might pop up, even if they are a little bit of a surprise.
Finale remaining as we get set to close out this week here. Belmont at the Big A. And it's our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. Home to North America's 4-time reigning champion, General Sire, into Mischief. We will close it out at 7/8 of a mile. New York breds, maiden special weight, all looking for the first win on the resume. Dolomite 1-9 for trainer Chad Brown here at start number 2, who completely had to check out of things early on in the running in that debut, and then circled the field and ran very big to get second place.
Yeah, huge effort first time out, and really was compromised, just as you mentioned, but 1-9 for any 2-year-old. Just a little bit too short for me.
More on this field. When we come back, we're going to look back to Ascot yesterday, and what a send-off. Hollywood script for a man who's had one of the great careers in the history of the sport. A win in his final race in Britain for Frankie.
Catholic Boy, a Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, including this romp in the Run Happy Travers Stakes.
He's so impressive today, the others didn't even have a prayer.
This 6-time graded stakes winner was the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs. Now his first runners are hitting the track. Dual surface Grade 1 winner Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Park.
At Keeneland, a horse will always be measured in hands. Hands that see, that sense, that speak. Hands that hold our sport to a higher standard. Not for our sake, but for theirs. For the love of the horse, for generations to come.
the world's premier breeding stock event, the November sale at Fasig-Tipton. A Grade 1 winner with a tremendous commercial family, Chocolate Gelato broke her maiden at 2 in Saratoga by over 8 lengths for owner Ripoli Stable and trainer Todd Pletcher.
Under a hand ride right now, and she's opened up on the field. But it is Chocolate Gelato, much the best here.
She then took command to win the Grade 1 Frizette Stakes over Grade 1 winner Leave No Trace.
It is Chocolate Gelato to win the Frizette by 3/4 of a length.
Chocolate Gelato is a daughter of Practical Joke, one of the fastest rising members of the Into Mischief sire line. Out of a Candy Ride mare, Chocolate Gelato comes from the female line of Get Lucky, putting her in a rich family that includes Kentucky Derby winner Super Saver and Grade 1 winners Imagining, Girolamo, Callback, and Bluegrass Cat. Grade 1 winner Chocolate Gelato, selling this November with Lane's End Agent.
Back with you on America's Day of the Races on our FS1 coverage. We have the nightcap on this Sunday card still to come. Maidens going 7/8 of a mile. Greg Wolf, Sarah El Badwi. And we'll get back to this race in a moment. We're going to look back to yesterday, just a fairy tale ending to the career of Frankie Dettori in terms of his riding career over in Britain. Still going to be riding over in the U.S., of course, but what a send-off, winning in the final mount in a career that's been more than 35 years going, in one final flying dismount, last to first on King of Steel.
And just an incredible performance as well with King of Steel here to win the Champion Stakes, and the career that Frankie Dettori has been able to put together, just having sort of that name recognition as Frankie, just Frankie now for some, and the celebration that ensued after this race that we'll get to take a look at was just phenomenal. And of course, originally we thought this might be his last year of riding. Now he's announced that he will be continuing to ride in Santa Anita. As you see that flying dismount there, don't you think he might hop a plane every once in a while?
Seemed pretty set when he said his goodbyes after that win yesterday. If you're watching the coverage, we'll see. Things could always change, obviously. What an atmosphere. Even Frankie Dettori, Mig, and I know you got a chance to know him pretty well, said he had never seen anything like it. He said he felt like he was at Wembley Stadium.
Yeah, and he played to the crowd like it was Wembley Stadium. You know, I was thinking of that Live Aid concert in Queen, right? He just really plays to the crowd. And he's always been a showman. But the reason he can be a showman is because of his ability. You know, one of the greatest riders of any generation. And certainly, you know, a fairy tale ending, if it actually was an ending, which we found out now it's not. And I'm with Sarah. I got to believe that there'll be other opportunities in England for him. I don't think that's his last Ascot ride, if you will, but certainly made for a really good story. And as far as those flying dismounts, he did not originate that. Avelino Gomez was doing it. G.R. Carter was doing backflips off of horses. Tony Black, another one doing backflips off horses. And then Angel Cordero really took the flying dismount to another level, and Frankie picked up on it for that. I don't blame Frankie for continuing to ride. He's healthy. He's still very capable. He can ride. Maybe we could have used, you know, a little bit of less drama about the whole retirement thing. But why would you quit if you could ride? I would have never quit if I was physically capable of still doing it.
Crowd loved it, and he felt like they just willed him to victory, last to first on King of Steel in this Champion Stakes. What a performance. And the goodbye, if it is a goodbye, coming at a course where he had won that magnificent 7 back in '96, sweeping all 7 winners on a card. The odds of doing that day were 25,000 to 1. He's just done everything in a career, probably the most charismatic rider we've ever seen in this game.
Just what he's been able to put together is so incredible. And while Richie and I at least are a little bit skeptical of whether or not this is the true last time, you don't want to miss out on that opportunity and that moment, if it in fact is. And of course, you see the emotion from him, the emotion from the crowd, and the excitement, and you want to celebrate it like it is one of those last moments that he might have, because we don't know what is really going to happen going forwards, but we do know that he will at least be continuing to ride stateside. And
we're going to see him in the Breeders' Cup Classic. He will have the mount on Zandon for Chad Brown, and Zandon coming off really a resurgent performance from him, albeit it's going to be a lot tougher test in the Classic.
Precisely, and Zandon is a horse that has been so consistent throughout his career so far. We saw him as a good 3-year-old running in those classics and able to get that sort of relieving victory in that Woodward last time out, a horse that will be coming from off the pace, and you know that he's going to put forth his best effort, and now you know that he'll be getting a top-notch jockey as well.
Incredible moment for Frankie Dettori on a race that was seen on our network, on our FS2 coverage on Saturday. Dettori said he was too happy to even cry with that performance to go out like that if that was the ending. We still have the nightcap coming up on this Sunday coverage. We will have more on it when we return. Horse overwhelmingly to beat in this race. This one right here, that's Dolomite for Chad Brown. Manny Franco will ride here. Troubled trip in the debut. Ran very good after that trouble to get a runner-up finish first time out.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as War Smoke delivers at Finger Lakes.
War Smoke in front, another one for Andre Worry.
Barrage runs down the field at Saratoga.
Here's Barrage with a final surge. Barrage got up.
And Born Dancer goes wire to wire, outlasting all comers.
It's going to get close. Be of Courage coming inside Born Dancer. Photo finish.
Shouldn't you have a War Dancer? War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
Perfect day. There is no finer place in all of sports.
Nerves, excitement, and anticipation.
Than beautiful, truly stunning. For the Breeders' Cup World Championships.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Irish Hill Century Farm in Stillwater has grown to 450 acres. Expansion demanded by Mayer owners.
Got the Saratoga water. You know, we have the minerals. It's on sandy ground, and underneath there that water's got everything in it that you want.
And Mayer owners want the farm stallions. Kentucky Derby and Preakness winner Big Brown.
And his babies, they run just like him. He adds leg, body. If you need improvement, Big Brown's going to do it.
King for a Day is by emerging sire of sires, Uncle Mo. Looking at Lee earned his spot on the roster by finishing second in the 2017 Kentucky Derby. War Dancer's offspring have earned more than $5 million. Warrior's Charge is a son of Munnings who notched 2 Grade 3 wins on his way to earning more than $1 million. And everyone's waiting to see if the handsome son of American Pharaoh, Waiting, produces the kind of speed he himself displayed as a 2-year-old in training. The stallion roster is a joint operation between Irish Hill and Duchess Views Farm.
And we decided to merge the stallions, put them under one roof and co-manage them together. And it's worked out great. We're saving the owners a lot of money, and we're getting more mares to the stallions.
Beginning with the 2023 breeding season, the partnership expanded to include multiple Grade 1 winner Mind Control, who stands at Rock Ridge Stud in Hudson.
Lorray and I and Rick Burke at Irish Hill and Jerry Belinsky have been talking about doing this for years, and he came along and it just gave us the impetus to do it.
For more information on the New York Thoroughbred and Breeding Fund, go to nybreds.com. My takeaway from that piece, drink that Saratoga water.
It's the best stuff, right?
It's good for you. It is the best. 7/8 of a mile in this finale coming up for these 2-year-old fillies in a distance where it sort of helps if you have a race under your belt. And this filly right here certainly has that for Chad Brown. She had a troubled debut. For more, let's head downstairs to Mig.
Yeah, Greg, it is a difficult debut distance, 7/8. It's just an elongated sprint. We've got several first-time starters, including the one, Collect the Data, who to me is, out of all the first-time starters, she looks fit enough, and she looks very smart. She seems like she's got a great mind on her. She's been very focused and very well prepared, this Chad Brown runner. The 2 Dolomite, listen, she pointed herself out. That was a tough trip first time. She finished. She gets another 1/8 of a mile to work with. And it's always nice when you see a homebred. Alpha Delta Stables owns her, but they also bred her. So they've been in the whole process, picking the mating, naming her. I think it's always great and satisfying when you win, even more satisfying when you've bred the horse. The 3, Carol T, really caught my eye, made a nice impression, this daughter of Frosted. She ran okay coming out of the same race as Dolomite on debut, and then ran an open company at Parks, caught slop. I can, totally forgive that. She gets back against New York breds. And a couple of first-time starters that have just been making quite a racket. Actually, they've been able to drown out the car show, which has been pretty loud. The 5, Mel's baby sister, really big, solid, strong daughter of Cross Traffic. Do think she'll need a race. She just looks like she's a horse that carries a lot of weight. But she came to the paddock, started whinnying and hollering and kind of making some noise, and it set off number 8, Miss Lau, and the 9, Scarlet Stream, and they've been holding their own conversation. They just keep going back and forth, whinnying at each other. Almost makes you feel like they were paddock mates when they were babies or something, because they are holding an intense coffee clutch here. They just, one hollers and then the other hollers back, and they're going to be drawn side by side. But I do think they'll both be better for the experience.
Well, we'll see if that conversation continues when they get into the starting gate. Tough distance, certainly, for a first-time starter to try and tackle, especially with one who showed all that ability in Dolomite.
Exactly, and she's the horse to beat. I mean, nobody's going to say otherwise. She had a significant trip first time out that we will take a look at, and she was drawn inside that day as well. She breaks from the rail in here. She has that forward position. You can see her rider asking her to stay engaged in this race and keep up close. And then you'll see her have this issue where she has to take back. She has to check out of the spot she was in pretty severely in there. She just loses so much position in this race. It's hard to overcome something like that. And she still does. She runs second.
Every right at that point in your debut to throw in the towel and just say, let's live to fight another day. Look at this finish from her to continue on and get second and behind a horse who, by the way, would come back and run third in a stakes race.
And I will say My Main Squeeze, the horse that ends up beating her in here, as you see her really leveling off well, still fighting, still trying to be a part of this race, and Carol T finishing third that day. My Main Squeeze, while she did come back and run third in that Joseph A. Jimma, she did regress a little bit in terms of Beyer speed figure. Now that was a wet track that she came back in and tougher company, so maybe you can forgive those type of circumstances, but always worth paying attention to when you have a horse coming out of a race where the winner did regress in terms of Beyer speed figures or whatever speed figure you're using.
Manny Franco up aboard Dolomite. The Dam, she was pretty good. She actually started 4 for 4 in her career for Chad Brown and these owners, Alpha Delta Stables. And 70 Beyer in the debut, 89 Beyer, and then a 99 Beyer. And she actually would go on to win the Fleet Indian as well at Saratoga.
Nice to have that precocity in the family, as well as connections that are very well familiar with the family, too.
So post-parade coming up. And we'll kick things off with Stablemate to the heavy favorite. It's a first-time starter for Chad Brown. Klarovich, Collect the Data.
Daughter of Upstart, another horse that they're well familiar with. And Chad Brown, he does okay in these types of first-time out state-bred restricted races, but not his usual fire numbers.
He's got this one as well, the overwhelming 1-9 favorite Dolomite.
And she just makes plenty of sense based on her first race. We'll see if anybody else steps up to face her today.
Carol T, she faced Dolomite in her debut. She was a distant third.
And she just makes a lot of sense getting back in a state-bred company and also getting a drier track than she had last time out.
Here's a long shot, 40-1 for trainer Rachel Sells.
Of course, that's making her second start. We'll have to get quite a bit better out of there, but can always excuse a debut.
Coach Parcells, Augustin Farm with Mel's baby sister.
And these connections won the opener with a second-time starter. We'll see what we get from this sentimentally named one.
Love Thyself, 31-1. Equipment change, blinkers coming off.
Just a horse that will have to improve a bit, but does have 2 starts under her belt, though, 1 on turf.
Money Grab, big price, Horatio de Paz, and took some money first time out.
She did, and Horacio de Paz not really known for his first-time starters, and now this one has that experience.
Surprised he's that big a number. The 8, first-time starter here, Ms. Lau for Bill Mott.
And he does have very good numbers in these 2-year-old restricted types of races with his first-time starters.
And another first-time starter outside for Pat Reynolds, Scarlet's Dream.
This one, a daughter of Matoli, worked a furlong in 10 2/5 at OBS June, then selling for that $70,000 amount. Have some stakes winners, so there's some pedigree there for this one.
3-win day for Arad Ortiz Jr. He does not have a mount in the finale. A chance for this man right here to try and make up a little bit of ground in his final chance on this card today after a 3-win day from Arad, who has 28 wins at the meet and counting. Manny right here on the 1-5 favorite can get his 25th winner of the meet with a win here.
And Irad a little bit able to build that lead that he has today, just as you mentioned, and sort of pad himself comfortably, but his brother and Manny Franco, they're starting to catch up with a little bit of time left. Only a week left of this Belmont at the Big A meet.
And one of those wins for Arad early on, very controversial inquiry that stewards let stand after he bowled his way through horses on a horse who was much the best.
The horse was much the best. I do agree with you on that. So it's tough. I never know what choices they're going to make here. Thankfully, our team earlier, Richard Migliori himself, as well as Lafitte Pinkai III, were on set to discuss that situation. But yes, Irad Ortiz Jr., he able to get that 3-win victory today. And you're absolutely right. That horse was going away at the end.
Well, 4 minutes to post here to close things out. And here's a look again at Carol T. This one faced the huge favorite in the debut. It was about 4 3/4 lengths behind her in that debut, and then caught a sloppy track at Parks. Can you forgive and put a line through that effort?
Absolutely, and against good company, too. I mean, the horse that won that race was Kaya Yamada, one that had faced Ways and Means first time out, and we've seen horses come out of that Ways and Means debut and improve in their subsequent starts, Value Area also being one of them. Though she hasn't won yet, she's improved in both of her starts since then. So you know that she was facing some pretty quality company, and it's also just completely possible that she didn't handle the conditions of that surface, returning to company that she ran well against first time out, as well as a dry track.
There's some big numbers on the sport. Obviously, when you have a 1-4 favorite, that's going to happen, and that's what you're getting. Everyone just going overboard on Dolomite. She's way, way the one to beat in this spot. You have another horse from the same barn, though. Collect the Data, who's 9-1, 8-1 now. That's the inside runner. I'm just Money Grab for Horacio de Paz, the 7. I'm shocked to see 24-1 here.
Especially, just something you said, this horse was 6-1 on debut. So going from that price to this very generous 24-1, we all understand why that's the case. But if you don't like the favorite or you want to have somebody else at least underneath, you're getting a great price on the rest of this field.
All right, let's go back to Mig.
Yeah, I agree with Sarah. If you like somebody else, you're getting a great price, and particularly underneath. I can't pick against Dolomite. Her first race was too good. She warmed up nicely. She's behaving herself, and that's something I look for with second-time runners. How do they react to the pressure of a race? And she just handled it well, and usually horses that are well-prepared do handle their second start very well. The 3, Carol T, I think is a bit interesting, and she just went from 12-1 down to 8-1. You know, if you can put a line through the last race, suddenly she looks a lot better. Now, she was well beaten by Dolomite, and Dolomite had trouble. But I actually thought that she could take a step forward. I'll forgive the race against Open Company on a sloppy track. And the 5, Mel's baby sister. I think this is a horse that people, you may want to just mark down and watch her run today. She's carrying good weight, but she's a big, strong, good-looking filly that I really think with her run is going to tuck up, and she could be much better next time. This is one I'll kind of take a wait-and-see approach and look for next time.
Yeah, I mean, all these first-time starters, the 1, the 8, the 9, maybe today not the day, but one, you know, ones that see how they fare here in the debut. tough going up against Dolomite and what she showed us first time out, but ones to potentially with a race under their belt going to be very dangerous next time out.
Precisely. And let's say Dolomite wins and runs a number that's better than her debut. You have all these horses that are finishing behind her. You will want to take a look at them next time for sure.
So 2 to 5, I believe that's the biggest and best price we've gotten on Dolomite since wagering's opened on this race.
Just a very heavy favorite in all your multi-race wagers as well. Everything, the lowest payouts to Dolomite, probably a likely single for many, and really a wide open race outside of her throughout the rest of this field.
Well, playing exactas too, you can create value. 2-7 combo, 12 to 1 odds.
That'd
Gets
be okay.
better from with some of these other ones. But it looks like this race absolutely goes through the 2. Start number 2 for this Chad Brown filly with Manny Franco, the homebred for Alpha Delta Stables, a dam. She was a very good one. Again, started her career a perfect 4 for 4. And we'll see if Dolomite can get a cleaner trip this time out in her second start. Finale on this Sunday card. Let's go upstairs to John Imbrial for the call.
Waiting now for Miss Lau and Scarlet's Dream. Dylan Davis off number 9, Scarlet's Dream behind the gate. Scarlet Stream still not in that starting gate. She now goes in, and Jockey Davis will get back aboard. There goes Dylan. We're just about set for the 9th. And they're off. And it is Love Thyself along with Carol T. Collect the Data was off a step slow, has now moved up down at the rail to take the lead. Collect the Data's in front. Carol T has moved into second. The favorite Dolomite is in third. In between horses is Love Thyself, and on the outside is Money Grab. Then it's Scarlet's Dream, who's running in 6th, followed by Miss Lau in 7th, then Mia Nipotina in 8th, and farther back is Amel's Baby Sister in 9th. Collect the Data by 3/4 of a length. Carol T in second through a quarter in 23 and 1. Dolomite is third, 2.5 lengths from the front. Then comes Money Grab on the outside in fourth, another 3 lengths. Back to Scarlet's Dream as Miss Lau moves up in between horses. And she's followed by Love Thyself and Amel's Baby Sister, then Mia Nipotina. Here comes Dolomite on the outside, up to challenge Carol T for the lead. Collect the Data down at the rail. The half mile in 47 seconds. And it is Dolomite who is now taken over. Dolomite is in front. Then Carol T, Money Grab, along with Collect the Data. It is Dolomite, and she is pouring it on here through the stretch. Dolomite was dynamite today. She wins convincingly to break her maiden here by about 7 lengths. Money Grab was second, Carol T third.
Dolomite runs to those odds. Manny Franco looking, trying to find anybody near him under both arms. There was no one around. Pretty easy win.
Greg, nice call with Money Grab, though, in second. A horse that you mentioned had taken some money on debut and was a way too big a price today, as pretty much everyone was behind this favorite, who ended up being much the best. But a little spice to the exacta there with a horse who was 19 to 1 behind your heavy favorite.
Dolomite, thank you. Dolomite, though, much the best here. 125 and 2 for the 7/8 of a mile. Just
You won't get 19-1 next time.
Tough distance to, a horse with experience like this who ran so good. All signs pointing to this horse to get it done, and she's able to respond and do it. Manny Franco staying in the mix, making the most of this opportunity now. Still 3 back of Irad Ortiz Jr.
Yeah, making up that ground, though, with rides like that on horses that just fit logically as the heavy favorite, able to keep her out in the clear today.
Can we get this weather next weekend, please?
Let's hope. That's the biggest. That's the biggest if, right?
Sun shining on a Sunday. We love it out here. It's been a while out on the East Coast here in New York. Hope you enjoyed our coverage on FS1. We are back next week. Show continues Thursday, 12:30 Eastern start time. For our next week coverage here at Belmont at the Big A. We will see you then. Our feature today was taken off the turf with the Carl Place, one of 3 wins on the Sunday card for the meet's leading rider, Irad Ortiz Jr., 90%. Maddie, for trainer Butch Reed, in a race that looked like there was a ton of pace, and this was the one that would set up perfectly for, and it did. 90% Maddie gets the 5th win of his career in 13 tries. We'll see you next week. Again, Thursday coverage begins at 12:30 Eastern.